Sword of Coming Chapter 906. Before going up the mountain, Yao Xianji wanted to put the fox fur on his grandfather. Chen Pingon smiled and shook his head, and his eyes indicated that there was no need to be so troublesome. Later, Yao Xianji discovered that at this time of melting, the snow was covered with snow, covered in silver, the mountains were frozen without flowing clouds, and the mountain breeze was mild, which made people not feel the slightest chill, and the snow at the foot of the mountain road had already melted by itself. Just like a mountain is invisibly clearing the way for the three people. The old man was in high spirits and said with a smile, "Go up the mountain." All his life as a military horse, in Daquan Border Pass, except for occasionally visiting the emperor in Beijing, he hardly moved his nest. He had never traveled to study, nor had he visited with anyone. The famous mountains and rivers where the old man really set foot are one of the few. Yao thinks that back then, the border juvenile scout, Qingqi chased the enemy, snowman with bow and knife. Whenever the surface of the river freezes, horseshoes step on it, making the sound of broken jade. Yao Xianji reminded in a low voice, "Mr. Qin, we only have to walk a section of the mountain road. We can't let Grandpa's temperament go all the way to Qingping Peak. Just like your Majesty told Yao Lingji in private, now Grandpa is an old kid." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll check it out." It is rare that the old man did not say something stubborn, but slowly climbed the mountain, and asked casually, "Peace, do you say that ordinary masters climb the mountains? Is it similar to your fairy masters and imperial winds? Are they held high again and again? See that the place is round?" Chen Pingon said, "It's almost the same in essence, but it's rumored that certain mountain monks in the Qingming world are very leisurely, and they will meet in the high cold and drink to help the Beidou. Unlike our awe-inspiring world, Bai Yujing is not there. Too much." The old man smiled and asked, "How about your kid? Will you do this in the future?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "As long as the realm is sufficient, I also want to take a look." Yao Xianji remembered the dragging of the moon in the Dibao, and asked curiously, "Is that bright moon in the wild world big?" Chen Pingon said, "In fact, looking at the bright moon up close, the earth is desolate, but there are mountains, but it's dry and lifeless, with no water and no vegetation. It is very different from the description in Jiguai novels. But according to the Zhongtu Confucian Temple, as recorded in the secret file at the Summer Palace, 10,000 years ago, these hanging moons were actually quite lively, and there were even ordinary masters living in them. They are no different from the markets under the mountain today. They are collectively called yuehu, which is a household registration. The skilled craftsman responsible for building the palace is known as the heavenly craftsman. Yao Xianji is astounding. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "By the way, I now have an ancient moon palace in my hand, and I haven't sent it out yet. If Grandpa Yao is interested, we can visit it later." The old man shook his head. "It's a huge palace, it's vast and vast, no one is personal, it's not very interesting. How different is it from visiting the curfew of Pingjing City at night?" Yao Xianji was very interested, but he was a little sorry to hear what his grandfather said. Chen Pingon glanced at Lord Fu Yin. "Are you stupid? Grandpa Yao is here with us, don't you know, to help build a ladder?" The expression in Mr. Chen's eyes suggested that Yao Xianji had been in officialdom for many years, and he immediately understood. The old man suddenly asked, "I heard that the elder Qing of the Dafu Academy is from Huangtinghua, Aquarius Island, and once served as the deputy chief and the lecturer of the academy at Linlu Academy in Piyin Mountain near Luopa Mountain." Chen Pingon nodded and said, "I've seen him as old acquaintances with Qing Shanchang. When I was young, I visited the Desui Mountain Cliff Academy with others. On the way, I passed through the mountains and wilds of Huangting country. Wild game and seasonal vegetables are still a bit greedy when I want to come. In addition to the Dafu Academy in the middle of Izhou, there are Tianmu Academy in the north of Tonggishao, and Wuxi Academy in the south. Two candidates for the mountain leader come from the line of Li Sheng and Yisheng respectively. In addition, there are two deputy chiefs each. It is said that all four of them are extremely young and promising gentlemen, and they have all been on the battlefield. Yao Zhen seemed to say casually, although I don't know the rules of the mountain, there are some truths, and they must be connected. For example, distant relatives are not as good as neighbors. If I remember correctly, the one closest to Xiande Mountain is the old Deyuan Yuan. The dynasty, the ruling and the opposition, can be described as the heroes of the whole country. When I came on the road, I was idle and idle. After listening to Yao Xianji talked a few words, this Deyuan dynasty is now divided into three, and each is called the emperor. It is a mess, so that there are many ghost towns in the territory, and there is still no good result. Yao Xianji feels helpless. Where is the thing I talked casually? It is obvious that Grandpa, you took the initiative to ask for a lot of information around Xiande Mountain. Chen Pingan immediately understood, and said, Grandpa Yao, don't worry, we won't be blind to this. We Xiande Mountain will not turn a blind eye to this. After all, we are doing thousands of things and we are still a person, and the same is true for cultivation in the mountains. My student Cui Dongshan, who is also the first suzerain of the next sect, has secretly walked all the ghost towns and set up a formation to gather the clear air between the heavens and the earth, and help the ghosts in the major cities to maintain a little true spirit. Become a ghost, and only wait for the reunification of the old Deyuan dynasty and the new emperor's title to Wu Yingling. Those temporarily abandoned large and small city temples can immediately fill their vacancies. If not, how dare you invite Grandpa Yao to visit Xiande Mountain? Yao Xianji leaned back and quietly extended his thumb to Mr. Qin. This flattering skill, the ability to give top hats, is really good. If Mr. Qin is willing to go to the officialdom, would it be worth it? I traveled about 3 or 4 miles on the mountain road. There is a pavilion on the side of the road. The old general stopped here to look at the snowy scenery outside the mountain, clean and spotless. The old man felt it, and couldn't help telling Chen Pingan some stories about the old man at the border. In fact, Yao Xianji had heard it countless times, but he just continued to listen without interrupting. As soon as the old man gets old, he will say something over and over again. Young people before the age of 30 are often bored by listening, and the phrase, "I have said," makes the old man fall silent. Just wait until the young people themselves become middle-aged, especially when they have wives and children. When facing their own old people's nagging, patience tends to become better and better. Wait until Grandpa stopped talking, Yao Xianzi's eyes hinted at Mr. Qin. Chen Pingan reached out and grabbed the arms of the old general and Yao Xianji, jokingly, "Try the taste of imperial wind." In a flash, the three of them arrived at the top of Qingping Peak. Teacher-nephew Jing Yugan, Tan Ningzhou of Taishishan, is busy making snowmen over there. The little girl actually piled up a big snowman more than 10 feet high, a golden rooster standing alone, holding a bamboo sword. Now Tan Ningzhou is triumphant. As for the snowman that Jing Yugan piled up, she is so chubby that she can't bear to look directly at it. Seeing the hidden officer who suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain, Tan Ningzhou straightened his face immediately. Chen Pingan smiled and greeted the two of them, and introduced them to the old man and Yao Xianji. Jing Yugan made a salute, "Little master. I have seen old General Yao and Lord Fu Yin." Tan Ningzhou just smiled shyly with the two strangers, and gave a blessing to the hermit, but changed his name, Qin Shanju. "Very lady." Chen Pingan smiled and introduced to the old man, "Yingzhou is a high disciple of fairy monarch Longmen of Taishu Mountain in the Middle Earth, and he is also a direct disciple of my brother Junqian." Let the two juniors continue to make snowmen, and Chen Pingan took the old man and started walking around Qingping Peak. The old general bent over and grabbed a snowball and kept compacting it in his hands. He suddenly asked, Xiande Mountain will inevitably have to contact with the academy in the future. Are you familiar with Timu Academy and Wuxi Academy? Chen Pingan said, I'm very strange to the two mountain chiefs, but I've been in contact with one of the college's deputy mountain chiefs on the Jinchi Great Wall. He's a gentleman. When the celebration is over, I will take a trip to Wuxi Academy to visit each other. The so-called gentleman by Chen Pingan, of course, does not refer to the other side's title of gentleman, but refers to the other side's personality. Junzi Wangzai. Wangzai's Confucian culture and Taoism belong to the ritual hall of the Saint of Rituals, and the teacher is now the ritual hall of rituals. At the Great Wall of Jinchi, I was honest with Chen Pingan, saying that my husband and Mr. Mao are close friends. The two parties used to study together. Therefore, when the Wenqing line was almost cut off, I always hoped that Mao Xiaodong could switch to the Lixing line. Naturally, he is not digging a wall, but he hopes that Mao Xiaodong can find an opportunity to rejuvenate Wenqing's lineage. In addition, Wang Zai was actually born in the family of sages, the ancestor of the family, and the former Confucian sage of the Great Wall of Jinchi. Before leaving his post, this saint sage, privately and the former hermit Xiao Deng, had a discussion on Taoism, and of course he lost. At that time, Confucian gentlemen and wise men like Wang Zai could not do much in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. One was to serve as a battlefield recorder, similar to a swordsman who supervised the army, and another was to participate in the spy affairs of the Summer Palace, but similar to the imperial saying of the world. The official has no real power. This is normal. At that time, the hermit was Xiao Sun. At that time, the abbot of the Summer Palace was the female sword immortal Luoshan and Zhuan Zhenxian. In the end, they all followed Xiao Sun. Defection to the wild. At that time, Wang Zai spent 10 years at the Great Wall of Jinchi and had little reputation. The old general said, familiarity has advantages, and familiarity also has difficulties. Generally speaking, dealing with scholars is very troublesome. Gentleman Confucianism, villain Confucianism, and pedantic Confucianism, each has its own temperament. Chen Pingan chuckled and laughed. However, Wang Zai is a gentleman, and he is not pedantic. He is extremely flexible in doing things, and he is very knowledgeable in life. The old man smiled and said, the evaluation is so high. No wonder you can serve as the deputy head of the college. Now Wang Zai happens to be the deputy head of Wuxi Academy. Originally, Wang Zai, a gentleman who had spent many years in the Great Wall of Jinchi and killed many monsters on the battlefield, came to Wuxi Academy in Tonggishao or Guanhu Academy in Beipingzu according to the established agenda of the Confucian Temple. But in between, it all depends on Wang Zai's own opinions. The Confucian Temple itself tends to let Wang Zai come to Tonggishao, but on the side of Gongdalin, Chen Pingan heard his husband say that Wang Zai's earliest idea was to go to Beipingzu as the deputy head of the academy, even if he didn't want the deputy head of the academy. No problem with the title. So Chen Pingan was on Gongdalin's side, and he privately found senior brother Mao, who had already served as the master of the school, helped introduce him, and found the Liji Shuigong great sacrifice liquor. It can be seen that Lu Daji was not in a relaxed mood when he arrived. It is estimated that he was worried that Chen Pingan, the youngest hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Jinchi, would open his mouth and make excessive demands. When I heard that it was to see if I could persuade Wang Zai to go to Tonggishao Academy, Lu Jizhou was obviously relieved. Because he, who is Mr. Wang Zai, knows best, the reason why Wang Zai wanted to go to Guanhu Academy was to go to the young hidden official in front of him. Wenqing's lineage, from the old scholar as a gentleman, to those direct disciples in the past, plus the wind comment of the young hidden official on the Great Wall of Jinchi, Lu Jizhou can't help but worry about it. Don't look at the transcontinental ferry that has been to the upside-down mountain Chunbansai now. Everyone's eyes are higher than the top. In fact, they faced a row of sword immortals back then, all like the chickens waiting to be slaughtered. Did not dare to breathe. The espionage of the Confucian temple is actually clearly recorded. The big sacrificial wine finally smiled and said, "Being a hidden official owes me a favor." Mao Xiaodong was immediately unhappy. Did the wool get on my junior brother? Lao Lu, did you start talking drunk without drinking? Bullying our little brother is good at talking, right? The wine for the big sacrifice had to give up. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. The monks in the world are the most difficult to constrain swordsmanship. In academies, it is easy to encounter this kind of thorns. For example, in the early years of Zhou Xinji and the old sword fairy like Lixiazu Puha and his ilk, there are no shortage of academies everywhere headache. There are a few swordsmen who are among the 5 realms in the world. Are they friendly? It's not that the academy can't control it. It's not difficult to act according to the rules. It's just that you're afraid of encountering some ambiguity. If there is a young hidden official from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who helps in the middle of scheduling and mediating for the academy, a certain moment may have a miraculous effect. However, Chen Pingon still thanked him, and then he promised, but he only promised that he would be willing to mediate the conflict, but he definitely did not guarantee that a certain sword repairman would listen to him. In this way, Lu Jijiu felt the best. The old man patted King Shan's arm next to him, and said softly, "Peace, don't know how to deal with the Daquan dynasty because of nostalgia in the future, but what to do?" Chen Pingon nodded and agreed, yes. In the twilight, the sun sets. At the top of Qingping Peak, the future Qingping sword sect, the old general stood by the cliff and tapped the railing. Looking at the 2 younger generations around him, the old man was actually very satisfied, as if in a daze. He remembered the first time he saw the young man with a sword in white clothes. At that time, Xianji was even a young man. Ce Magua Road, a romantic young man. Where does the gray hair go? The setting sun, tens of thousands of peaks. Old Longzhou was officially renamed Chuzhou, Huaihuang County. Li Huai returned to his hometown, followed by an inseparable personal obedience, like an old man in yellow clothes. It is the wild peach pavilion from Shirwan Dashan, and now it is the Heiran Taoist who became famous in the first battle of Yuanyangzu. The Taoist Nan got off the ferry at Nujiadu and looked around. "My son, your hometown is really a treasured land of geomantic omen. As expected, it is a land of water and soil that nurtures a person, and my son is one of the leaders. Only Huaihuang County is a good name. Why? When the flowers are yellow, the world is busy, is a bit interesting and chewy." In the past, a small Lizhu cave took root, and from the cave to a blessed place, the younger generation of the town seemed to usher in a silent examination. My parents and my sister-in-law returned to Luzhou in Beiju, but my mother still couldn't worry about the shop at the foot of Lion Peak. Accompanied his son to the small town, Taoist Nen glanced into the distance. "Hey," Taoist Nen beckoned and shouted, "This little brother, come over and tell." Left guardian in Riding Dragon Alley, he hesitated, glanced up at Li Huai, and then at the old man in yellow clothes. After weighing the pros and cons, he still trot with his tail between his tails. Taoist Nen bowed his head and asked in a friendly manner, "Since the little brother has already been successful in refining, why is he still so restricted?" The yellow dog pulled his head. "It's hard to say a word. Can't speak. What if the refining is successful? What is the fairy day? That is when Pei Qian is not in Qilong Alley and Luopa Mountain. Why does it want to be the left guardian of Riding Dragon Alley?" It was the title that Xiao Hei Tan had forcibly threw himself to him. In the most bleak years, it was the days when Xiao Hei Tan went to the school to attend classes. Every time the school left school, passing by the latrine on the roadside, Xiao Hei Tan must have weird eyes and a playful smile, asking him if he is hungry. Li Huai knelt down and rubbed the head of the yellow dog. It could be seen that the left guardian of Qilong Lane seemed to be nervous, and Li Huai didn't let the Taoist Nen take this fellow Taoist greetings. An old township school, Li Huai went to the gate room to find an acquaintance to ask for a relationship, and only then did he get a key. This school opened to young children in the past, nominally still belongs to Huaihuang County government. Last time at Yuanyangzu near the Zhongti Confucian Temple, Li Huai discussed something with Chen Pingan. After learning that Chen Pingan did have the idea of being a teacher, but instead of being a teacher in his hometown, Li Huai asked why he didn't ask the Dali court for this place. It's not an overstatement. It's a big deal with Long Wei. The Shichen family opened their own schools. Chen Pingan's answer made Li Huai a little sad. In today's old town house, there are not a few local people left. On the night of New Year's Eve, there are still a few families who will walk Kushito Dream Night meal. It's not an exaggeration to say that the people in their hometown have been empty and moved to the state city almost a long time ago. After selling their ancestral homes at a high or even sky-high price, they all became rich people in the Longzhou administration. In the past, except for Fulu Street and Taoya Alley, except for those dragon kiln masters, it was difficult for ordinary people to see a few pieces of silver. In those years of prosperity that they dared not dream of, it was difficult for every household to see a copper coin. Who is still holding copper coins in his pocket, the price drops more. It's just that nearly 30 years have passed. There are not many who really guard the family business. Money comes and goes like flowing water, half of which is returned to the gaming tables, brothels, and wine bureaus. They quickly ruined the family property. No, the young people couldn't even defend the new house on the other side of Zhouqing. Otherwise, my heart is higher than the sky. I drank a few taels of wine, met some so-called big family members and the children of officials, and started business with people indiscriminately. I had to make all kinds of money. I felt that everything was a way of making money, and I would dare to make money from any side. But I was born in a small town, and I was wiser than those people. Once I came and went, I listened to a few noises, and was stunned. The sun at the end of winter, basking on the body, makes people feel warm. There is an old saying in the small town. If it is converted to Dali Mandarin, it means that it is in the Sunhead Cave, or Sunhead Nest. Li Huai walked past Crab Square and Taijuojing and stopped. There used to be a fortune-telling booth. When I was a child, I went to the street with my sister Li Lu to buy things. When Li Lu was bargaining in the shop, Li Huai was impatient, so he ran out of the shop by himself and asked for a visa here, mainly to ask for schoolwork for next year. Keep it simple. Don't remember the endorsement. It's okay to be on the board. It's just that the croissant braid in Kolongxiang is often jokes, and it is uncomfortable. Who is not a big man who wants to face each other? Anyway, Li Huai was shaking all the time, and as a result, a bamboo stick was thrown out of the lottery. The young Taoist priest was shocked, saying that one was signed. Li Huai was young at the time and could not understand or remember the contents of the signature. Li Huai only listened to the young Taoist priest and vowed to say that this was one of the best 3 good signatures, and he did not need to charge any money. Because I was worried that the Taoist priests would go back and want to ask for copper money, Li Huai ran away when he got a bargain, and went to her sister. He really wanted money, but my sister asked for it. The money is not enough. Is it possible to recognize the brother-in-law assemblage? Fortunately, the young Taoist priest was just holding sleeves with both hands, sitting at the back of the stall, smiling like a cheap brother-in-law who hadn't gotten through the door. When I went home, I said that my mother was so happy. A dinner, big fish and meat, is almost like the new year. Is really a good sign. After a few days, Because he wanted to eat chicken legs again, Li Huai went to the fortune-telling booth again, pretending that he was the first time, and it turned out to be another good sign. The young Taoist said it was the 3 good signs again. 1. Li Huai went home again and said to his mother that the oil and water were slightly less than last time. On the way home, there was a little sparrow scurrying around Li Huai, who was almost caught in the hands of the child and brought home with him. The woman asked at the dinner table, "Does fortune-telling cost money?" Li Huai shook his head. "All my pocket money was saved. If Li Lu can't get married in the future, he probably has to rely on the piggy bank he picked up from Lao Zishan. It's just that there's no need to say that. Li Lu cannot marry again. He is always his own sister, and the mother is indeed too partial to herself. Even at a young age, Li Huai feels that this is not good." The woman was a little skeptical, and she turned to talk to her man. "Isn't the young Taoist chief surnamed Lu a liar?" Li Er grinned. "He couldn't cheat the money anyway, it doesn't matter whether he cheated or not." The woman rubbed the corners of her eyes and realized that the young Taoist, who heard that she likes to talk and touch her daughter-in-law's hands, guessed that she was attracted by her own beauty, and planned to make a long line to catch a big fish. The woman is proud, and she is not forgiving. She is really an unlearned toy. Since she knows some characters, she never goes to Fulu Street to be the accountant of the rich. Li Er just immersed his head in eating, not talking, and still has the virtue of not being able to fart with a few sticks. The woman doesn't have any crooked minds. Her own man will be squandered and marry a chicken with a chicken, a dog with a dog. This is the truth. If you can't keep it up, you will be smashed by the neighbors and aunts in the neighborhood. I wonder if I can be a matchmaker for a girl from my mother's family. Furthermore, Li Er just dislikes that others can't make money, she doesn't dislike it. The woman ran to the fortune-telling booth to take a look, and she looked at the young, fine-skinned, tender meat. Okay, she didn't have trouble at the first glance, she didn't have any tendon on her body, so she could really go to the field for farm work. The key is still poor. I heard that at the end of the year, I can only borrow to live next to a wedding shop in Piandan Alley. It seems that Aunt Mao's bun shop is next door. Otherwise, there will be no way to set up a long-legged stall to discuss life. Whose woman will marry him, and the life will last long, so it will be good. Forget it, let's not harm the girl and her natal family. Li Huai took the nun Taoist, and went to the east of the town again. There was a yellow mud house alone. This was Xing Daifeng's residence. In fact, Li Huai has been very close to Xing Dafeng since he was a child. Xing Dafeng often wandered around with children wearing open crotch pants. At that time, Li Huai did not urinate. When Xing Dafeng was in his hometown, he had a good time and had a good time. Anyway, he had to sew and repair for another year. He had money to buy wine, but he didn't have money to use it. Fortunately, gambling was good, and his gambling skills were poor. How could there be a serious girl? Idle swingers. Now Uncle Zhang is no longer at home. Instead, there is no shortage of Spring Festival couplets, and they are also cleaned as unlike places where they have been unoccupied for many years. Li Huai knew the reason. Uncle Zhang must have left the key to the warm tree in Luopa Mountain. Thinking of the girl in the pink skirt, Li Huai laughed, hugged the back of his head with both hands, and shook his head. On the way to find Dong Shuijing for a bowl of wontons, he casually said, "I'm not a great sword fairy. It's too shameful." Dali Capital, a small alley. After Lin Shui returned home, he came to look for his father. Lin Shui came to the side house and stood at the door. My father sat cross-legged on the kong, and there was a pot of wine, a wine bowl, and a few dishes with wine on the table, without chopsticks, and he could drink by himself. The man with Weiswang on both temples, squinting at the door, holding a wine bowl in one hand, with an indifferent expression. "What's the matter?" Lin Shou nodded and said, "Something is going on." Looking at the man's posture, if this son is okay, he should not enter the house at all, and if there is nothing serious, he can stand at the door and leave. If there are outsiders present, and seeing this scene, it is estimated that a pair of eyeballs can be stunned in the wine bowl. Lin Shi gave birth to such a Kiriner. If you are a master of the Shangzhou country surname, don't you have to enshrine it? Lin Shi's father was the former superintendent of Lizhu Dongtian, an extremely humble assistant official, in charge of some subordinates, and successively assisted 3 superintendents, Song Yuzhang, King Song Changjing, and Chao Gingxin. It's just that the people in the small town, old and young, had no idea about officialdom, and they couldn't even distinguish the difference between officials and officials. In addition, the officials of the Supervision and Administration Department only deal with those dragon kills and kiln workers' porcelains throughout the year, and they have nothing to do with ordinary people. But Uncle Cui Yang once revealed the secret for Lin Shi. His father spoke of his name, and he asked Uncle for help. A subordinate officer who supervises the construction of the bureau. Can I ask Dolly Guisher to help name his son? Fools know this kind of thing, which is absolutely unreasonable. Not to mention Lin Shi, who had been wise since childhood, and he didn't think that his father was just a sesame officer of the Supervision Bureau. The man asked, "Do I need me to go barefoot and run to the gate to welcome you all the way in?" Lin Shi crossed the threshold and sat leaning on the Kong, but he did not take off his boots and sat cross-legged like his father. Worry about having to endure a few more harsh words. Lin Shi asked, "Did you participate in the incident of Qin Pingan's father?" The man twitched the corners of his mouth, lifted the bowl and took a sip of wine. "The wings are hard, you deserve to be on the mountain, flying around without hitting the ground," and the tone becomes louder. "How do you say it? Or did you recognize the wild father outside and teach you the way to be a child of man?" The man left his hometown after he left the Kiln Affairs Superintendent and Construction Office, and worked in the Dali Capital Military Department as a subordinate yaman as an errand. The official Chipin also carried the word Tsong because it was not. "I was born on the right path of the imperial examination, so I was a dirty official. In addition, I am not a native of Beijing. Now I am old again, so let alone a Lang official, it is difficult to remove the word Tsong. These years, it is reluctant. It's a good post office in charge of a Qingshui yamen. It's because the leader is a child of a family who doesn't care about things. He usually sees a man, one by one." The post memorials of various prefectures and counties entered the capital. After receiving the emperor's approval, the Ministry of Defense must pass this inconspicuous government office. In addition, the newspaper distributed by the capital to the local government is also under the jurisdiction of this place. Presumably, those colleagues in the government office couldn't imagine that Lin Jingqing, a boring gourd all year round, would be the father of the famous Lin Shui in the 2 capitals. Lin Shou has been afraid of this father since he was a child. In fact, these years have not been much better. Leaving home for many years, traveling far to study, and practicing hard, seems to be to prove something on the side of men. With your dad, whether I have this family, Lin Shi can mix very well. Nyang is eccentric and loves her younger brother. Father is indifferent and doesn't care about everything. It's just that when I got to my brother Lin Shi, there was no smiling face anymore. It was better than Lin Shi's side that either didn't speak or spoke mean words. So Lin Shi's entire childhood, until he left his hometown, was worthy of the name of his father and his mother. Once broke the heart of a young man. So that when studying together in the Sui dynasty, the taciturn and delicate young boy, Lin Shi confided to Qin Pingan for the first time, there was such a sentence, "Not all parents in the world are like your parents." But Lin Shi today seems to be different. Lin Shi said solemnly, "If it weren't for me, Qin Pingan would never deliberately detour when inquiring about the truth about the shards of natal porcelain. He deliberately bypassed our Lin family. Even Chen Pingan had arrived in the capital last time. Pretend you don't know anything. Father, you have to give me an explanation today, because I also have to give my friend an explanation. The man glanced at the son. Lin Shi's expression is calm and his eyes are firm, so he looks directly at his father. Is an unprecedented thing. The man was not annoyed, and nodded. Finally, I am a little bit like a man, otherwise I always thought I had a daughter and worried about my dowry. Lin Shi was a little at a loss. Can this be regarded as a compliment? The man lifted his chin. Lin Shou was puzzled. The man asked, aren't you good at drinking? You are still a cultivator of the nascent infant realm, and now you don't have a square inch on your body, so you can put jugs and wine glasses on your body? Lin Shi was a little embarrassed, there has been no square inch around him. The man didn't move, but he asked, then Emma's son, do you help your dad get a wine glass or a wine bowl? You can send a message so that I won't get it wrong when I arrive, and the father is not happy. Lin Shou took a deep breath, got up in silence, hurriedly walked, and left the house to fetch a wine bowl elsewhere. This man either doesn't speak, he likes to poke his heart when he speaks, which has always been the case. In the house, there are several maids, but they are all big and round, and they are all called by the mother. On the father's side, big and small things are always done by themselves, and the maids are never served. As soon as Lin Shou returned to the house, he poured himself a bowl of wine. He didn't even dare to fill it up. He kept silent, holding the bowl in both hands, and drank it. The man lifted the wine bowl, just took a sip of the wine, twisted a salted peanut, twisted it lightly, threw it into his mouth and chewed, and slowly said, if you and Chen Ping are friends, then I and Chen Ping An's father is also a friend. I can't say that it's not counted, that's it. Lin Shou nodded a little. Chen Pingan's father was a kiln worker in a dragon kiln. He had excellent craftsmanship, a kind and honest man, and an honest man. If there were no accidents, he could be the master of the dragon kiln in a few years. And Lin Shi's father was in charge of the specific kiln supervisors, in charge of burning the fruits, appraising the appearance of the porcelain, and since the early supervisor Song Yuzhang was also a diligent official who likes to run the kiln the most, so Lin Shi, his father, to go out with the chief official and superior, often needs to get along with the kiln workers. Lin Jingqing slowly said, the two men, apart from talking about some boring kiln affairs, what else can they talk about? When they have a son, they drink a little wine, but they just talk about their own daily routines. Actually, I have already said that if I and his family happen to have one son and one daughter, we will arrange a baby kiss. By coincidence, both are sons, so there will be no show. Lin Shi wondered, Uncle Chen drinks too. Lin Jingqing nodded and said, also can drink, but it is not good wine, so every time I am dragged to drink, it is okay at the Long Yao side. If it is a big deal, he will fall asleep. If he is in the town, he will be like a thief. I wondered back then that he was not the kind of strict wife control. The younger brother and sister are famously gentle and gentle. I always feel that it is not enough. I have never had the opportunity to ask. I always feel that there will be opportunities in the future. As a result, I have not been able to think about it until now. Understand? At that time, I was eating public food. Our Lin family was no better than those of Fulu Street and Taoya Alley. It was also considered a solid family and richer than him. But as long as it was drinking, I would take a meal. I will definitely pay for it, please return it, and I will not deliberately buy a good wine. It is just my heart. Honest people, not stupid. Duty, not dull. You can't read a sense of proportion by reading alone. Even if you practice in the public door, you won't be able to get through it. If you don't suffer more, you can definitely get it. Properly sensed. At that time, I said that my son was smart and early-minded, and he was a seed of reading. Maybe he would grow up in the future and it would be no problem to be a teacher. He said that his son is sensible, and his appearance and temperament follow him. Mother, I will go to the school with you in the future, and I will be able to read. If I want to be a pottery worker in the future, it is up to my children. Lin Shui listened attentively. Except for my father, I'm talking about past stories that have never been mentioned. It was the first time that my father chatted with himself, and the words were not so bad. Lin Jingqing gently put down the wine bowl. Someone revealed to him the inside story of the life porcelain. The man squinted. This person has a sinister heart, and he must have deliberately only told part of the truth. Otherwise, the fact that all children have natal porcelain from the birth, in my opinion, is not all bad. It is even a bit ugly, as it was in the past. Under this situation, only by keeping one's life porcelain and possessing the qualifications to practice can there be a ray of life. Later, I didn't show up in the 2 funerals in Ni Ping Alley. It was inappropriate. There are some things here you don't need to know. But at the Yang family shop, I secretly said hello, just the rules of the old man in the backyard. Seriously, I can help, after all, there are counts. In this matter, I feel guilty. It is indeed me who is a friend who has insufficient energy and failed to take care of his son. The man sighed, wrinkled, and his face stretched, much said it was useless, and finished drinking the wine in the bowl in one sip, and was ready to rush people. Lin Shui said, I am going to retreat. Lack of money. There was a gap of 100 grain rain money before. When I didn't ask. The man immediately said, whether it is stealing or robbing, asking for money, don't go to my Qingshui government office or the Ministry of Households. Don't go, control strictly, the Ministry of Ritual, but save a lot of private money. The man is not embarrassed at all. Lin Shui was stunned. Lin Jingqing glanced at his son. He thought he was a cultivator in the nascent soul realm who would consume heaven and earth treasures in retreat, which was converted into immortal money, which was at most 40 or 50 grain rain money. I never wanted to stand on such a prodigal son who spends money in a muffled voice. Look at Chen Pingan, and then look at Dong Shui Jing, which is not the swallows who hold the mud. Every year, he adds to his own possessions to consolidate the wealth of his family. Only oneself gave birth to a good son. Lin Shui whispered, if that's the case, why didn't you say it earlier? It made him worry for so many years in vain. Presumably Chen Pingan thought that these years will not be good. The man twitched the corner of his mouth and said, how come I am regarded as half of Chen Pingan's elders? If he doesn't come to me, should I take the initiative to find him? This kid doesn't understand etiquette. Is it because I am an elder and shameless? According to the custom of the small town, when relatives go to each other during the first month, whoever is higher in generation, or who is bigger in the same generation, who pays New Year greetings, the order should not be chaotic, otherwise people will be jokes, a basket of gossip. The key is it can be mentioned every year. This kind of seemingly minor, ceremonial etiquette matter is often more talked about than who has climbed the widow's wall or who stole the man in his hometown. Not to mention this kind of thing, is it a good thing to say it earlier? Lin Shui knew that it was time for him to leave. After holding back for a long time, he just shouted, Father. The man habitually twitched the corners of his mouth. He didn't laugh, he chuckled, and then said, I'm a father, I thought I had an ancestor. Lin Shui didn't hear it. He said goodbye to his father, and left under the kong. When he walked to the door, the man suddenly said, since it's been said today, when you leave the customs, you'll go to Chen Pingan to explain clearly. Lin Shui nodded a little. The man glanced at Lin Shui, who was just an unconscious elm bump. Seeing that his son hadn't understood what he meant, he had to sternly said, you must remember to let him come here to pay a New Year greeting. Lin Shou held back a smile and immediately agreed. Today, he had a heart-to-heart talk with his father, which made Lin Shou feel relieved, only feeling relaxed. The man finally said, "Since you are both friends, you are celebrating the holidays, don't talk about gifts or gifts. They are almost the same as the hometown. If you don't owe courtesy, the meaning will be the same. Besides, loan money to friends, it's best to treat it as splashed water, and don't think about the other party paying it back." Lin Shou was speechless. Did you let yourself tell Chen Pingon this truth? Older gingers are more spicy. The man asked, which is the door Chu Nair, or want me to send you out, or do you want me to borrow a sedan chair? After Lin Shui left, there was an empty bowl on the table, and the man filled it with drinks, and said to himself, "My son is not bad." One old and two young people handed in the customs and entered the capital of the Yu dynasty smoothly. After passing the city cave, the vision suddenly opened up, and after a prosperous journey through the capital, the boy, the old Taoist priest and the young female crown, smiled and left, and the two sides parted ways. The former city gate lieutenant who was in charge of the access control of the capital couldn't help but look back at the white-clothed boy who was fading away. He was surprised that he was fortunate enough to encounter a fairy master from the old dragon city of Aquarius, to be precise. Come, you should be respected as a guru. As for how the term guru came to pass between the ruling and the opposition, there is no evidence to find out, and it is extremely knowledgeable. It is not only the abbreviation of the fairy master on the mountain, but also reveals a natural respect. The school lieutenant in armor and saber, I don't know what the situation of the other dynasty of Tonghishao is. Anyway, on the side of Luo Jing, the monks of Aquarius, especially the monks from the old dragon city, are sure and superior. As for the other two Taoist priests, they are not worth mentioning. They come from Liang Kingdom. They are a small place with a big ass, a small pond, and they can't get out of the river. Long Hushan, surnamed the Great Celestial Master, the old real Liang Shuang went out this time and changed into a less eye-catching and simple Taoist robe. Outsiders can't distinguish the Taoist tradition by relying on the Taoist robe. The female disciple next to her clenched her fists in front of her, making a scent holding. In fact, there was a fragrant fragrance. This is a unique course created by Liang Shuang, which means the opening of a heart-fragrant cave, but the old real person helped the disciple to show it. A blindfold. The young female crown was quite curious about Luo Jing. Looking around, she was so distracted, but she would not delay her practice. Lao Zhenren did not deliberately constrain his disciple's temperament. Master went out for a wandering trip this time. It is said that he was going to meet an old friend's direct disciple, from Potty Peak in Luzhou, Beiju. She didn't know anything about the mountain, but she knew that Beiju Luzhou was one of the Haoran 9 continents, in the north of Tonghishao. He came to Luo Jing, just to drop by, and halfway through, he met the young Lang who is very good at chess, whose surname is Cui and Dongshan. The other party said that he came to Luo Jing as a guest this time because of his command, and he came to find two respected mountain friends to reminisce about the past. Liang Shuang didn't say much to his disciples. In fact, this time he left Liang country. Cui Dongshan took the initiative to invite him, saying that the Yu dynasty had a small merit, and he was waiting for the old man to pick it up. The old man just sighed. The fortune of the country is greater than that of the people, and the fortune of the sky is greater than that of the country. Don't look at Luo Jing nowadays with blooming flowers, busy traffic, and a peaceful and prosperous scene. In fact, the human heart is ghostly, sparsely, and it is the after-effects of that war. Just say that those former court ministers who survived by chance were in their door in the early years, who didn't have any unspeakable or even tragic incidents. Li and music collapsed, and Gang Chong shattered. Liang Shuang was in this capital at the moment. Actually, he did not have too much gloomy spirit. The grievances here are not scattered, and it is not even as good as any ghost city of the old Yuan dynasty, but the filth that blows on the face. The breath made an old real person of the ascending realm great monk want to scream, only to sigh and sigh again. Liang Shuang admitted that even if he was the popular papermaker of the Yu dynasty, 3 generations, at least for a few years, and even within 100 years, would never really return to the pre-war popular atmosphere. That young man with the same surname, what would he do? Anyway, I still have to stay in Tongisao for some time, so I can wait and see. Between the palace and the imperial city, there is an ancient Taoist temple with a long history. The emerald green glazed tiles fired in the imperial official kiln is called Jitsue Temple. Posted by the old Jinren and Taoist scholars, the identity above Guan Yu is Liang Hao, the Taoist priest of Lianggua, and the Taoist name is He Shuangjin, and the disciple Ma Xianhui, she has no Taoist name yet, is not as knowledgeable as the school lieutenant of the gate of the city. He knows the Taoist priests in the view of Cui Cui, and he knows that the true guardian of Lianggua is now called Liang Hao. But most of it comes from Jiaojitsue Guan. It's just that Taoists all over the world belong to a family. People in Taoist schools travel everywhere, and they are no better than ordinary genealogists, and they tend to rest in the local Taoist temples. The other party was a real protector of the country at any rate, and the Zhika Taoist immediately notified his own master, who is now the female national teacher of the Yu dynasty. A beautiful woman who is about 30 years old is wearing a crown that is too real, stepping on a pair of green lotus and white lotus shoes, holding a whisk in his hand. The fragrant wind gusts when you walk, and there is the air of Longue around you, fragrant, refreshing. Is the master of Jiquiguan, and now the national teacher of the Yu dynasty, LV Bilong, has the name Full Moon. This woman who is the master of the dynasty is a master, with a graceful demeanor. At first glance, if she is not in a Taoist robe to indicate her identity, she is more like a mother of the world. She smiled and asked, I don't know that Shuangjin Taoist is here. Any enlightenment? The old man raised his foot and laughed. Pan Dao can cross the threshold of Ji Chui Guan, thanks to Man Yu Dao's friendly talk. Host and guest, both of them happen to be real people protecting the country. It's just that, compared to the vast territory of the Yu dynasty, Liang state can only be regarded as an inconspicuous small country. Lu Bilong smiled and said, Oh, listen to the tone, there is still a bit of yin and yang. Could it be that the one who came is not good? It's not like a master who has a relationship with Jitsue Guanla. The old real man shook his head and tweeted, Qing Ben, how can I be a thief? Lu Bilong looked complacent, shook the dust, changed hands and put it aside, and said with a smile, Why did fellow Taoists say this? The old man sighed, cultivation of the true and secluded residence, yin and yang, good fortune, the universe, although it is not a rule, but since you and I are both in the world, and strengthen the Taoist heart, then we have to talk about irregularities. LV Bilong laughed dumbfounded. He spoke so eloquently that he opened his mouth as a avenue. It's just you, a Taoist Lianggua, who talked such a big talk. Did you come to the wrong place and find the wrong person? The old man smiled and said, Pan Dao is now named in the Longhushan Tiancher mansion, and you can eat food. Don't worry about the backer that Pang Dao can't move, and scare people's ancestors. Visit Luojing Jitsue today. Guan, just ask for an explanation with fellow Daoist Full Moon, and then ask another question. LV Bilong couldn't laugh or cry, pretend to be a ghost, and didn't find a good reason. He was a little impatient, and he was ready to see off the guests as soon as he fell the dust. If you come to Jiquiguan to ask for some fairy money, or ask yourself to help find some big pilgrims in Luojing, you will just send it away. Who knows that the noble Huang Zi of the Shifu that day, when traveling down the mountain, apart from carrying a peachwood sword, the style of the Taoist robe is also very particular. Even if you don't wear the yellow Zi Taoist robe, It is a attire that can be seen at a glance, and never deliberately hides the Taoist identity. In history, there are not monks who are not afraid of death and believe in evil, but have to struggle with those Longhushan celestial masters who went down the mountain to punish demons. There are even many Longhushan celestial masters who went to die here, but without exception, soon there will be a new celestial master in the celestial master's house to investigate to the end, regardless of the cost. So later on, whether it was all kinds of monsters and ghosts, or wild cultivators on all continents, whoever encountered the Taoist priests who had gone down the mountain to practice, they could hide and run away. Liang Shuang let go of some restrictions a little. Tao Qi is luxuriant, immortal Qi is ethereal. In an instant, a Beijing dragon gas is instantly suppressed like a little soil snake, squatting on the ground tremblingly. The old real man laughed at himself. Both are dragons and tigers. Shanwei's surname is Tianshi. It seems that the poor Dao is not as famous as the fire dragon Daoist friends. Lu Bilong was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. His face was pale, and he trembled. Tianshi Liang, Bilong was just taking the Yu family to avoid disasters, and the crime is not dying. The old man smiled playfully. Oh. You have the final say. The poor Dao talks about thunder and shoots it to death. Why doesn't Zhou die? LV Bilong made a ruthless heart. Since a great celestial master from Longhushan came to Jitsue Temple, there is absolutely no way to be good. He tried his best to stabilize the Taoist heart and his eyes became firm. Besides, even if I am at fault, there is no turn for a Taoist priest from the Tianshifu to say three things. How to deal with it in the end is a matter of the Confucian Academy, and it needs to be decided by the Confucian Temple. Liang Shuang restrained his Dao Qi, chuckled, as if he recognized this statement, and changed the subject to ask, how did the emperor who was willing to recognize his ancestor with the wild beasts to die in the palace back then? Lu Bilong was silent for a moment, and said, it seems that a female assassin sneaked into the house, cut off her head, and then threw it on the dragon chair. This person came and went without a trace, and the wild army account failed to find a clue, can only strengthen guard. Liang Shuang stroked his beard and smiled. It's a familiar style of doing things. This kind of assassin who is not well known is only on the mountain, and is known as the cleanser. Can be roughly divided into two veins. According to the day and night they act, a kind of assassin likes to kill people in broad daylight and in the city. For example, the woman who you buy is half a native of her hometown, can be regarded as a very outstanding existence in this vein. The other kind, come out at night, like to use assassinations, daggers, soft swords, and sleeve arrows, etc., can be used to be superb. Of course they are all crafted tools on the mountain. Lu Taoji. In addition, there are still unnamed Sherry Tsing Yi, Shishan Jianin and other land-based sword immortals, all of which are in this list. Most of the two parties were young, and they were brought into the mountains to practice in the mountains when they were highly qualified. He likes to make paper cuts as talisman, horses and donkeys, acting in a very decisive style. Most of them are advocating for the people and supporting the weak, such as the unworthy emperors and generals, the corrupt officials of the common people, and the tyrannical but uncertain Shanzhua Yeshio. The genealogical monks with vicious thoughts but concealed methods are among those killed. Just because of this kind of assassination, it is easy to be regarded as some kind of private vengeance in the Howran world, so it has not been paid attention to by the mountain monks. Liang Shuang, because of an accident, saw two thin figures in a wilderness with thin spirits, with a dagger in their mouths, climbing on the cliff. Their statures are as strong as apes, and they seem to need to stop each other. Ascending, one of the little girls was torn off a dead branch by a fellow climber, throwing like a flying sword, unable to avoid, was hit in the head. If it weren't for grabbing a vine during the fall, she would fall off the cliff and die, holding it in her hand. The vines were still surrounded by danger, drifting with the wind, and the girl who was with her, climbed up without a hassle, took out stones from the cloth bag around her waist and threw them out. They are both 11 or 12 years old. It is not worth mentioning that the two little girls are in the monk realm. They are the four-realm monks, not yet in the cave mansion realm, but their eyes, and the kind of tolerance that completely ignores life and death, so that the old Shinran remembers deeply. Liang Shuang began to wonder about the teachings of the two children. Anyway, where the practice is not the practice, the old true person hides his figure. After waiting for a few days on the neighboring mountain, he finally saw a female monk who was skilled in beauty, the nascent soul realm. At that time, she was walking into the mountain with a girl about 10 years old by her side. The newly acquired disciple seemed to be abducted from the house of a big family. After that, Yuan Nuxiu took the girl who had reached the top and walked to the city thousands of miles away. In the end, the girl held the headed bun and gently lifted it to look at him. At that time, the girl had cold eyes, a heart of Taoism, and Gu Jing did not wave. In that scene, the old man was in a complicated mood. After leaving quietly, Liang Shuang returned to his dojo. There was a mountaineering Xiao Zhao from Longhu Mountain. The old man remembered the encounter and asked about it. As a result, Xiao Zhao also asked 3 questions. Zhao Tianlai just left the predecessor. At that temple, after returning to Longhu Mountain, it took a few years before Fulu sent a letter, which was a general context. Moreover, Xiao Zhao also guessed that these assassins seem to be loose, doing their own things, and they have no contact with each other, but they have a lot of origin. Who is giving the order? Long Hushan will check again. Liang Shuang smiled and said, since the main business is finished, I will discuss a cup of tea with you. Lu Bailong's heart was ashamed, with a gloomy expression, and brought the old man and the young female crowned to a Taoist elegant room. He had no choice but to cook tea for the guests obediently. Liang Shuang finished a cup of tea, thanked him with a smile, took a sip of the tea, and nodded, it's delicious. Leave a step in the narrow part of the road and walk with the pedestrians, which is to walk on the road. When the taste is strong, it will be reduced by 3 points for people to taste. What a taste! Just as Cui Dongshan said on the road when he came, this jade view of Lu Bilong, which is greedy for life and fear of death, instigated Emperor Yu to take refuge, but did not collude with the wild monster clan, but he did not delay himself to scare her. As Lu Bilong himself said, how to deal with her afterwards is the matter of the academy and the Confucian temple. Liang Shuang looked at an ancient peony that had gone through several dynasties in the courtyard outside the door. At the end of winter, the flowers are still blooming beautifully. After more than 100 years, it is estimated that a strange flower will be born. The old real man drank tea as if drinking, showing his pride, and once again handed out the cupola in his hand, full. Your direct disciples of the Wenqing line seem to like to scare people so much when doing things. Senior brother turned the sky and the younger brother made up for the lack of ground. Sort of Coming Chapter 907. Yu Dynasty, Luo Jing. Dayuan, a Jindan monk from the Qingzhou sect, just returned from the palace. During the carriage passed by the magnificent Jitsui temple, this Jindan from the Yu dynasty was enshrined, and he did not expect to be able to enjoy the beauty of the country. The female national teacher, what kind of relationship does it have? I don't have enough realm, and I really have to knock on the door to visit. It's not enough to eat closed doors, but what's the point of drinking tea and having an eye addiction? What's more, Lu Bailong's path is extremely deep and his origin is unknown, so Dai Yuan dare not control his eyes. Putting down the car curtain, Dai Yuan sighed, somehow, I miss Xiao Longqia's fellow Taoist Narcissus. Only Dai Yuan did not notice that there was a young man in white clothes holding a green bamboo stick, who was actually lying on the top of the carriage with Erlang's legs upright, as if protecting Dayuan's road. The royal worship of the Yu dynasty is divided into insider and outsider, which is roughly equivalent to the named and unnamed guest of the Xianjie school. And Dayuan is one of the insider worship, the ranking is not too high, but there is a good ancestor on the mountain. Gao Taishu is the second worship of the dynasty, second only to the true protector of the country. There are 2 golden cores within one mountain. In Tongisao, where feng shui is now withered, not to mention walking horizontally, walking diagonally is always possible. Because of the New Year's Eve, there was a heavy snowfall of goose feathers. It is said that a lot of poor people who were naked in their clothes were frozen to death in the place, and the old emperor was busy committing crimes again. His own martial arts, in his early years, went to a patron, house in the old Longqing of Aquarius. He was a gentleman from Guanhu Academy who was born in the Ho family. Because of his outstanding achievements in the battlefield of Old Dragon City, he has now been promoted to the deputy head of Wuxi Academy in the south of Tongisao. De Yuan was at the Tapingshan site. Not only did he return in vain, but he sent his hand to the Taoist Imo from the Song dynasty, and he was lucky to get back a small life. And Xiao Longqius, Chief Kiching, Lao Yuan Ingzhong Luzhu, so many spectacles in the past, really did not look for nothing. There are difficulties together. On the side of Gao Zushi and the old emperor of the Yu family, Dai Yuan fooled the past with his own words and methods. Gao Shuwen famously said that he would not leave any hidden dangers. After careful inspection of Dai Yuan's injuries, nothing was found. The old emperor was kind, and asked the envoy to select a rare mountain artifact from the treasury, and reward Dai Yuan, which means that he has no credit and hard work. The first emperor of the Yu dynasty, that is, the son of today's son, called himself emperor with the wild demon clan in the troubled times when the ritual and music collapsed, but he was actually stunned. As for how the assassin crossed the heavily guarded capital, and how did he sneak into the palace, and finally succeeded in taking the emperor's head, it was an unsettled case on the Baron army account. Anyway, this tragedy was banned by the wild army. When the war ended, Yu returned to Guizhou. Rumor has it that an old palace lady missed the news that it was Yu, the founding emperor of the world on horseback, who had died. Here came, that night, black clouds covered the moon, and the wind blew down countless flowers and trees, and only heard the horseshoes. I saw the Emperor Taizu sitting high on horseback, holding a spear, and rushing in with one ride. After arriving at the palace, a spear smashed down, still puzzled by hatred, another spear, even the man with a quilt beat that unscrupulous descendant into 3 pieces. In short, the more the spread, the more evil, so every time Dai Yuan enters the palace to see His Majesty the Emperor, he always feels a bit gloomy, not a place to stay for long. Dai Yuan is on the mountain with successful cultivation. Of course, he is not afraid of ghosts, but of death. This time when entering the palace, Dai Yuan received a decree from the great patriarch. He needed to invite His Royal Highness and concubine to visit the old place again. There is a white jade cave on the top of my mountain. Enjoying snow in the city of Baiyu Mountain is the prestigious beauty of Tongisao. Actually, Dai Yuan knew that it was the old emperor who saw that he was going to die. After another half a year, he was about to ride a crane to the west. Of course, he was lying down at the foot of the mountain. The true guardian Lu Bilong, no matter how proficient in alchemy, is estimated to be powerless and destined to be unable to prolong the emperor's life. There is a person at the house in Old Longqing, who is now on his hillside, waiting for the new emperor and empress of the Yu dynasty in the future. However, the reason why the Qingzhou school is so popular is that not only Dai Yuan came to Luojing, but also the ancestor Gao Shuwen went with him. It was also because there came a powerful force that was even more powerful than the Ho family in the mountains. It was not only rich and powerful. It is said that even that half came. There are several immortal soldiers, and they are related by marriage to Yunlin Jiang's family. It is Fu Nanhua from the Fu family in Old Longqing. This person traveled across continents to the south to visit the Qingzhou school. Dai Yuan took out a bright yellow dragon print brocade box from his sleeve. It was the craftsmanship of the imperial palace. After opening the box, it contained a colored ink ingot previously given by the old emperor, drawing the true shape of the 5 mountains. It can be regarded as a defensive treasure similar to a talisman. The true spirits of the 5 mountains are blessed with power and can be directly used as medicine. Only because of one-time consumption, it cannot be ranked as a magic treasure. Dayuan's fingers rubbed the ink ingots, worrying, and it was a coincidence. It was the ink ingot, which made the insider consecrate can't help but think of the Qingshan sword immortal who appeared in Taiping Mountain. It was to win, kill or slash, and it was better to be able to tell you what it was. It was better than being so fearful now. If the other party only relies on swordsmanship and wants to kill himself, Dayuan will bite the bullet and go to the academy to complain. Whether it is looking for Tianmu Academy or Dafu Academy, how can he get a life-saving talisman for himself? Presumably that sword the immortal was unwilling to slaughter a golden pill with no grievances and no grudges, so he paid the price of being detained by the academy or the Zhongta Confucian temple. Therefore, Dayuan was afraid that the sword fairy who claimed to be Yugui Zongqiqing did not pay attention to the sword fairy style, and played with himself. After all, a monk on the mountain who can be called brother to Jiang Shangzhen, can he be a gentleman who behaves in a lawful and upright manner? What's more, the other party also said, maybe one day they will go to the Qingzhou school to visit him. You are here, and Fang Liangming is generous. Otherwise he will learn from the female crown Huang Ting and ask the sword with the Qingzhou school guardian formation. Dayuan regretted his intestines and murmured, you shouldn't go to the Taiping Mountain to wade in the muddy waters. If you knew this before, you would rather break your legs and stay on the mountain. Although the reputation of the Yu family is completely rotten, after all, the foundation of the Yu dynasty is still there. After the restoration of Guizhou, the territory has not decreased but increased. Now Tonghizhou has named one of the top 10 powerful countries selling melons. The Yu dynasty was among them, and the ranking was not low, so it was in the middle. Therefore, the important civil and military ministers, one by one, had beaten up their blood, and openly threatened to fight for 3 in 10 years. Now the third strongest country is the Dechong dynasty that produced a famous romantic style. I heard that this young minister of the Ministry of Industry has changed his mind. In the past years, he was really a good official by him. The winner is of course the Dequan family who has no suspense. Yes, civil and military, of course, all hope that the best ranking is second only to the Dequan dynasty. Dayuan was slanderous. Not to mention that he could not do it, even if it is really ranked second. What's the matter? The ranking is close to the Yao family of Dequan. Are you dynasty? Can we be like a man, close to the buttocks of the Allure Yao female emperor? Back then, he followed Gao Zushi to participate in the Taoya League, but he heard a gossip with a nose and eyes, saying that the fox charming stunner, the unparalleled Dequan empress, when she was just young, on the way to Beijing, early and a foreign man I have been privately determined for life. Also said that the man actually came from a poor background, and he was not a cultivator. He deceived the future female emperor's body by means of rhetoric. Dayuan was sitting in the carriage, cheating, envious of the old man. I don't know which little who smoked from his ancestral grave had this affair. Don't let Lao Tzu see him, otherwise he will smash it with a tactic, aiming at the crotch of the guy. Let the guy go directly into the palace as an errand. The carriage stopped, and Dayuan had a house in Luojing that was personally given by His Majesty. The previous master was a minister of ceremonies. It was rumored that he was getting too old and was frightened again. He belched in the green seals. In fact, it was the old man who was running on the battlefield with the 2 horses when he accidentally caught the wind. Dayuan stepped out of the carriage, and was suddenly surprised. He saw an illustrious man outside the door. What he wanted to do. It seems that his luck has been good recently. Is it true that he has come? A love can't be restrained. Dai Yuan didn't say anything politely, and walked forward quickly, reaching out to hold the old Yuanning's hand. Brother Zhang. Old Yuaning was also a little moved, shaking his arm, and said solemnly, Brother Dai. In the turmoil at the Tapingshan site, the two sides shared tribulations, and fortunately, for the rest of their lives. At this time, this scene is truly touching, and it is not inferior to the villager who sees the villager, and his eyes are full of tears. In fact, beside the two, a few steps away, there was a young man in white, with a bamboo stick on the floor, yawning, watching the two brothers with different surnames reminisce over there. Yuan whispered, Brother Zhang, just going to the mansion to have a drink would be boring, isn't it? For feelings and reason, Yuan should do the friendship of the landlord. Zhang Luzhu was silent and hesitated. Yuan said, Brother Zhang, when you get to Luojing, just listen to me and go. Yuan led Zhang Lu to pay attention to the new carriage and went to a fairy house in the capital called Lantern Riddle Museum. Among them, there is Sanjiao Building, which is the highest building in the capital. It implies that the sun, the moon and the beauty are the most beautiful in the world. It is the first choice place for banquets held by Xiang Gongqing and the fairy master on the mountain. It is overcrowded all year round. If you want to go to the building temporarily to drink, you can only rely on a few money in your pocket. It is doomed. Make an appointment at least 1 month before. Position. It's just that Yuan is the old patron of Sanzala, and he is also an insider's worship. The Green Seal sect is still the leader of a fairy house in a country, and he can drink whenever he goes there. This is also due to the violent death of the Emperor, the capital of the Yu dynasty. The buildings are almost intact and not destroyed by the monsters. When Yuan came on the way, he used 2 paper kites to spread the letter, calling 2 younger sisters from other sections. They are all regular guests of the Qingzhou school. On the Luzhujing side, 2 fairies, but every year there is a rake, and Yuan is in the Qingzhou school, and he is in charge of 2 of the 4 great attractions. In addition to a green pearl well with a lot of money, there is also a sword tree, but the latter is just a tree. Hanging a sword fairy with a saber, there is no money to make. On the top of Fushin, Yuan asked them if they had time to come to the Lantern Riddle Hall for a drink. In addition to himself, there was a close friend on the mountain. Yuan entered the Lantern Riddle Hall, but instead of heading straight to the noisy Sanjiao building, he was led by a well-acquainted young female repairman to a good place for quiet in the noisy, quite wild. I saw 2 huts, surrounded by a bamboo fence, and there was an acre of clear pond in front of the door, planted with lotus flowers. The female's dress fits her dress and her waist is swaying. She talks to Yen Yen with 2 fairy teachers along the way. Sitting with Zhang Luzhu under the grape rack, Yuan wanted the female repairman to get the best wine from the Lantern Riddle Museum, but Zhang Luzhu said that it was unnecessary. He took out 2 pots of Longqiu wine from his sleeve, the female repairman in charge. Knowing Dai Insider's preferences, Jiubua turned around, and asked Yuan if he needed to arrange for a few young people in the Lantern Riddle Hall by himself. Yuan smiled and waved his hand, saying no. Before the female cultivator left, she only said that she had any needs, and said hello to her. It was obvious that as long as Yuan spoke, it was all right to let her stay with her. The vine is obviously a fairy family flower and tree. At the end of the year, it is still green and full of fruits. Pour 2 glasses of wine. The wine glasses on the table are very elegant and exquisite imitation flower cups. After taking a sip of Longqiu wine and complimenting the taste of the drink, Yuan asked quietly while there was no one around, I heard that the master disciple of Jindingwen, who is a true Taoist, is now in retreat and is expected to become a nascent soul. There is also the gossip, saying that this Xiao Yuanran received a treasure of Jinshan from the Lord Duguan, and he was exposed to the dragon spirit of the De Kuanyao family. Only in just 20 years can he break through the border smoothly and win the sky. Good location and friendly people. Zhang Luzhu said with a smile, but a smile. It's a pity that such a young and promising Yuanying Dixian would not go to the Zwidequin Yao family to help the dragon. Lao Yuanying was born in Yeshio. In this life, he looked down on these genealogical immortals who took the most advantage. For example, as the head of the Qingzhou school, Gao Shuwen, Zhang Luzhu was quite unpleasant. Deyuan chuckled and said, "If you can really enter the Zwidequin, marrying the female emperor, helping the dragon day by day, and suppressing the dragon night by night, it would be an enviable blessing for everyone." Good wine words are like a broomstick for sorrow. When Zhang Lu made a toast, Dai Yuan immediately lifted the wine glass and touched it lightly, and drank each one. Dai Yuan asked in a low voice, "Brother Zhang came to Luojing this time as the chief of Xiaolongqiu. He has something to discuss with the old emperor, or?" Zhang Lu said with a joke, and said in his heart, "Entrusted by others, I want to talk to you about a business, brother, let me sell it first. In short, it's a blessing in disguise. Just drink with ease." Deyuan heard the blessing in disguise, as if he had taken a reassurance pill. He really didn't worry about asking the reason, but he kept talking with Chief Zhang to persuade him to drink, and they talked about the recent landscape in Tonggishao. Zhang Luzhu deliberately or unconsciously asked about the current situation of the Qingzhuan school. Deyuan knew everything about the secrets of the mountain. If Zhang Luzhu was still a wild cultivator, how could Deyuan dare to be so frank? But since Zhang Lu note that now that change evil and return to righteousness has become Xiaolongqi's chief guest, it is no longer appropriate to return to his old career, otherwise Zhang Luzhu will only outweigh the gains, so Deyuan need not be too taboo. It's just that Deyuan was a little bit guilty. Zhang Luzhu was so concerned about the income of Luzhujing and the Baiyushan city, and he asked quite in detail. Could it be Xiaolongqi's current power Qingqiu who wants Zhang Luzhu Lai explores the style with myself, intends to form an alliance with the Qingzhou school, such as the few Xianjia ferry boats that gather 2 hills to join in business. Less than half of the incense kung fu, Zhang Luzhu stopped speaking, turned his head and looked around, and his eyes suddenly brightened. 2 female cultivators who don't know their sect for the time being, one is thin and the other is slender, each has its own merits. The former has a beautiful appearance, a melon-seeded face, a slow walk, and a slender waist that is not full, which will make the old Yuanying worry about whether it will be twisted. As for the latter, it is even more so that the old Yuanying can't move his eyes at first sight. In the words of that dog thief Jiang Shangzhen, she was walking towards me, like 2 big mountains hitting me. The old Yuanying sighed in her heart, if there is a bedclothes fight, the old man will undoubtedly lose. So many mirror flowers and water moons are not for nothing. Dai Yuan knew the tastes of this predecessor Yuanying for a long time, so he beckoned to let the thin female cultivator sit next to him, and the plump genealogy fairy saw the chapter at first. Luzhua, her face was as usual, but her heart was full of sadness. This Dai insider, why did she call such an old thing to drink together today, really embarrassed herself. Just thinking of Dayuan's identity background, she had to force a smile. Glancing at the cup-holding hand of the old monk. Fortunately, it was not the same as the dry palms of the vulgar old man under the mountain. Instead, there was a little white jade shining light, which made the female sister a little surprised. Could it be a land fairy with golden branches and jade leaves? Today's Yu dynasty, there are 3 mainstays of the country, Luojing's Jitsue Guan, and the protector of the country Lv Bilong. The Taoism is unfathomable. There is another great general, Huang Shanshou, who is a martial artist in the remote travel realm. This man was born in a poor family. He started in the early days and was born as a young man. Now he has nothing to do with him. And the only thing that the Yu dynasty can get to the stage now is that the general was regarded as a stubborn resistance, with a pebble hitting the stone, because Huang Shanshu did not follow the old emperor and the others in exile and went to the secret of the Qingzhou school. Yes, but gathered a spirit horse, wandered around the old mountains and rivers, and fought with the wild monsters many times. Although the casualties were heavy, this soldier and horse never broke apart. This person is the jade in this pit of the Yu dynasty. This was the blatant words of a new deputy head of Tianmu Academy, and he made no secret of his disdain for the entire Yu dynasty and his unique look at the military commander. In the end, it was the Qingzhou school that Dai Yuan was in. Therefore, when she heard the predecessor of the Taoist Narcissus, she turned out to be the chief guest of Xiaolongqiu, who had never seen her name for a long time, and the old of Yuanying. Her posture became softer and softer. With weak muscles and bones, when kneeling and toasting, one thigh, intentionally or unintentionally, is slightly close to the old Yuanying. The woman wore a silk and satin robe, and she was sitting on her knees, so the curve was tight, and the touch was slightly cool, but the old Yuanying was hot. Drinking 3 rounds, drunk, De Yuan hugged the woman around her waist, while the fairy beside Zhang Luzhu had already been nestled in the arms of the old god, taking a mouthful of brother Zhang. It's just a long trip out this time. Zhang Luzhu is not a tour of the mountains and water. Luo Jing, who came to get in touch with the flowers and provoke the grass, today's meal of the little flower wine under the grape rack is just a fake business for private purposes. Otherwise Zhang Luzhu would have already held a cup in one hand, and went to the white and fatty peaks and ridges to search for something with the other hand. It turned out that before Chen Jianxian left the wild garden that night, he had privately confessed to Zhang Luzhu, saying that he was polite. A Taoist friend of Lao Shuixian took a trip to the Yu dynasty to find that Dai Yuan, who was an insider, to talk about the past, and help say hello to him. The relationship with the Qingzhou school is still incomparable, but Dai Yuan, who is the insider of the Yu clan, is not acquainted with each other, so he will see if there is a chance to help Dai Yuan in the Yu clan's dynasty. In the Shanshui officialdom here, we are making progress. To be honest, Zhang Luzhu is a little envious of Dai Yuan's status as an insider. Unlike himself, he can only be the chief guest officer in Xiaolongqiu. So that on the way to Luojing, Zhang Luzhu began to think about whether he could discuss with the next Xiaolongqiu leader, and let himself find a similar national teacher in a certain mountain dynasty that has successfully restored the country. Identity. For example, among the 10 countries selected by Tonggishao today, choose a great dynasty that temporarily lacks top combat power, just like the Dechong dynasty that is waiting to be flourished. It seems that the current position of the national teacher is still vacant. Dai Yuan is only a golden core, but he is a real nascent soul. Once it's done, wouldn't it be beautiful? By then, I will become the new national teacher of the Dechong dynasty, and Chen Jianxian will be the backer, a continent of mountains and rivers, who would dare to underestimate my chapter. Think him from a wrong background. A sword fairy who can make the Middle-earth immortals be respectful and give way to 3 points. This thigh, I am hugged. After drinking a light flower wine, although Dai Yuan was very surprised, he still listened to Zhang Luzhu's heartfelt reminder that the 2 sides were finally about to get to the point, and the 2 stunners had to leave first, and they were not required to continue drinking with them for the time being. The plump woman is really clever and well-behaved. She is not at all entangled and crooked. She is just empathetic and asks whether they need to go to the mansion where the insider is to wait for a drink. Dai Yuan got Zhang Luzhu's heartfelt voice, and agreed with her with a smile. When the 2 genealogy female cultivators were far away, Zhang Luzhu instantly disappeared, full of drunkenness. His eyes were clear and abnormal, and he changed his body to become a domineering senior Yuaning, and said with heart, Dai Yuan, next I don't divulge any word you say, whether it's your ancestor Gao Shuwen or the court of Yes family. Today's discussion, God knows, you know, and I know. In the vast world, don't underestimate any Shanzai Xiao who has worked so hard to climb to the nascent soul realm. This is common sense. De Yuan saw the peculiar expression of that chapter flow, and immediately knew the importance of it. He hurriedly suppressed his smile and ridiculed his lips, sat up in a dreadful manner, and reverently said, Chief Zhang, please say that the younger generation listens thoroughly. Zhang Luzhu said the words that Qin Jianxian had confessed to him. Dai Yuan looked attentively and did not dare to miss a word. After listening to it, he was overjoyed, but he was a little nervous and jealous for a while. Tsong, this is considered a pie in the sky, and has picked up a lot of landscape prospects for nothing. Is there such a good thing in the world? The sword fairy, who had a fierce shot in a deep city mansion, had a blue eye for himself. Isn't the other party making a mistake, coveting the rich ancestors of the Qingzhou school? Is it possible that Zhang Luzhu had already negotiated with the sword immortal in private, and it was not suitable for an open dispute, so he came to steal it? Will I be busy, and after all, I won't say anything about the bamboo basket, but I still want to become a sinner who eats inside and out of the Qing seal pie. Zhang Luzhu seemed to have guessed Daiyuan's thoughts. He twisted the imitation flower cup in front of him, gently lifted it with 2 fingers, and then slammed the table, squinting his eyes and said with a smile, Qin Jianxian finally gave it back. There are 2 sentences, let me give Brother Dai. The first sentence is not to toast or not to eat or fine wine. If you get a bargain, you will still be good. De Yuan smiled bitterly, his heartstrings tense. Zhang Luzhu paused for a moment, and continued to say the second sentence, I saw Dai Yuan, not to discuss with him whether to do something, but to teach him how to behave. De Yuan only drank a pot of Longqiu immortal brew, but at this time, he was full of bitterness, and for a while, he did not know how to answer. The old brother Zhang in front of him is already an ally on a thief ship with that Qingshan Jianxian. Zhang Luzhu restored his smiling face and slowly said, Brother Dai, don't think too much, this Qin Jianxian, in our Tonggishao, there is a genealogical monk of the sect head, there is no reason, and there is no need to cheat a golden core monk. The 3 academies in Tonggishao are not furnishings. Dai Yuan was in a panic, pondered for a moment, with a smile on his face, and tentatively asked, Brother Zhang, can you talk to me? That sword fairy really is not coveting the Qingxian school's family business, not let me when the insider who betrays the teacher and guards and steals. Zhang Luzhu sneered, and he didn't even bother to say a word of explanation with Dai Yuan. Both of them were friends of Fengyuekang. De Yuan was so ignorant and stupid. It's no wonder that he is the golden core genealogy of a hopeless infant. If he is in the wilderness the casual repair of the dog's food, so indecisive and ignorant of the general situation, would have long since died. Zhang Luzhu turned the wine glass upside down and placed it on the table above the table. I have already brought all the words, and I have said everything. Do not listen to you, Brother Dai, I'm an old brother. Finally, I would like to remind you that this kind of gift is free of good deeds that splash the sky in wealth. I don't know how to cherish it. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. I will only regret it too late. De Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Done. What really made Dai Yuan make up his mind was to hear that the sword fairy came from a certain Tonggishao sect. As long as it is not the kind of one-handed sale of the sword, De Yuan will be a little relieved. Otherwise De Yuan is really worried about the bleak end of being inside and outside, not to mention the inside worship of the Yu dynasty. I am afraid that even the ancestors. The genealogical identity cannot be kept. When the Dongchuang incident occurs, Gao Shuwen is aware of this. With the ancestors' disposition and methods, he will never let himself live as a wild cultivator. Zhang Luzhu laughed, with an arrogant expression. I really didn't know that Qin Jianxian, who looked like a dragon going out to sea and imaginative, had seen Dai Yuan. It was obviously a thing that didn't deserve to carry shoes for that Chen Jianxian. Zhang focused on the newly flipped wine glass. Dai Yuan immediately leaned forward, lifted the wine jug to help fill it, and poured himself a glass. Zhang Luzhu smiled and said, I won't talk about the empty talk. Anyway, regarding our brother's fate, we must work together and cooperate sincerely. Dai Yuan held the cup in both hands, and his eyes resolutely said, Brother Zhang, to be honest, I will treat all my wealth and life in this glass of wine. On the top of the grape rack, a head suddenly appeared, looked at Dai Yuan, and said, What's the matter with you Qingzhou school, you actually used the 1,000-li horse as a donkey. Isn't it a violent thing? Don't say that. Dai Yuan was frightened, but Zhang Luzhu almost couldn't hold it back. He directly sacrificed a defensive magic weapon and attacked his destiny. As for whether he would accidentally hurt Brother Dai, it was entirely God's will. Dai Yuan looked up blankly, looking at the head hanging upside down on the grape rack. In the martial art, Dai Yuan has no real power except for a green pearl well. The monks who are really in charge of the Qingzhou school are all cronies of the patriarch Gao Shuwen. The one who manages the money is the concubine of the old ancestor, except that she holds the wealth. Ku, this coquettish lady who doesn't take a straight look except the ancestor Gao, is also responsible for all matters in Baiyushan City, and the discipline in charge is just an old monk in the Longmen realm with very ordinary qualifications, but he left Huanlongtan. This piece of fat, just because it is a direct disciple of the old ancestor Gao, is prestigious. When I see myself as the golden core immortal on weekdays, he always smiles and doesn't smile, taking a mouthful of his nephew Dai. Zhang Luzhu calmly asked, Where is this Taoist friend in Xianxiang, dare to ask the Dao number? The white-clothed boy maintained that weird posture, and said sincerely, I am Dongshan. Zhang Luzhu smiled and asked, So I don't know Dongshan Taoist friend, how long have you been here and how many have you listened to? The other party shook an edict in his hand, clattering, and said in a serious manner, I've come a moment before you, just now I was busy admiring this emperor's sin and self-decree. I didn't listen to any guards and self-pirates or late regrets, so there is no need to kill people. Zhang Luzhu's face is gloomy. Good guy, Yin and Yang are so angry. The young man in white put the edict into his sleeve and smiled. Haha. Did Chief Zhang breathe a sigh of relief when I heard that I was here early? I think I am at most good at concealing body shape and energy. I really want to fight against it. I can fight. Hey, this is that Chief Zhang was too early to be happy, because I lied to you. I followed you all the way into the Lantern Riddle Museum. Seeing you guys had a good chat, I couldn't bear to disturb, so I just had a rest on the grape shelf. For a moment, don't believe it. Then look at your feet, is there a small pile of grape seeds? Dai Yuan immediately lowered his head to look, but Zhang Luzhu remained motionless. The two of them were only one ground cultivator, but this was the real gap between the genealogical celestial master and Yamazawa Yeshio. Zhang Luzhu pretends to be calm, and smiles at his beard. This fellow Taoist really does not take an unusual path. A monk who can lie on the grape rack for a long time, he hasn't noticed it from beginning to end, absolutely invincible. Cui Dongshan turned his figure, grabbed the grape rack with both hands, fell to the ground, shaking his sleeves, and leaning on a grape rack wooden post. Okay, I won't be in circles with you, I still have business to do. Cui Dongshan looked at the old Yuaning. My husband is worried that you will not be able to explain clearly and will superfluous on Daiyuan's side, so I let me go to Luojing this time. It turns out that the husband is right, and your Zhang Luzhu is indeed smart. It's okay. Now that I'm here, I can't help you two being confused or pretending to be confused. Cui Dongshan turned his head to look at that Daiyuan, and said straightforwardly, Daiyuan, do you want to be the 8th generation head of the Qingzhuan sect within 100 years? By the way, those who can do it will work harder to serve as a member of the Yu dynasty. The chief insider worship. Yuan looked embarrassed, where the madman came, ranting here. Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded when he saw that he was silent. Very well, just take it as your default. Zai Yuzhang Luzhu said, as for Chief Zhang, Xiao Longqi's official hat is already big enough. Feng is unqualified, and he can't be the Mountain Lord. After all, he is an outsider, and Yuli doesn't agree. Without Lin Huizhi he Quan Qingqiu, De Longqiu is not really unavailable anymore. Zhang Luzu's face changed slightly. How could this person know about this secret matter of Xiaolongqi's first class? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, my husband said, as a reward for your help on this trip to Luojing, he can help you be fair on Xiaolongqi's side, allowing you to retain the title of chief guest, and then go to the Chong dynasty seeks an official status, such as a national teacher. So after you leave Luojing, you don't need to return to Xiaolongqiu immediately, and go straight to the Dechong dynasty. Go to the Ministry of Industry minister named Kai Yijuan and say you are Zhou Fei's friend on the mountain is willing to temporarily serve him as a staff accountant for a few years. My husband asked me to remind you that I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I will spend a few years and patiently figure out the details of the officialdom of Dachong Temple, Chief Zhang, this is called. Chapter Lu Zhu immediately took the conversation and said, we don't cut the wood by mistake. A pot of Longqiu wine, the old Yuanning's heart was hot when he drank it, as if the great master of the great Chongguo was already in his pocket. As for the fellow Taoist who claims to be Dongshan, since he is Chen Jiangxian's proud student, he is half of his family. The key is that Chen Jianxian paved the way like an unknown prophet, which happened to be what Zhang Luzhu thought. The thriving Dechong dynasty is the best dojo where the old Yuaning most wants to go to show his skills. At the same time, Zhang Luzhu was more in awe of Chen Jianxian, who seemed to be able to easily see through people's hearts. After contacting the incident in Xiaolongqi's wild garden, Zhang Luzhu always had an illusion that Chen Jiangxian, who was a master of swordsmanship, seemed to be more like Yi Xiu in his temperament, technique, and temperament. Turning his hands into the clouds and covering the hands as the rain, instantly let the two Yuaning genealogical monks of Xiao Longqiu become prisoners of the order, and now they are taken to the upper sect of the Middle Earth by the dragon immortal, life and death are unknown. Cui Dongshan nodded approvingly and said, you can teach you, and the future is boundless. Then Cui Dongshan raised a sleeve and waved the lingering air of the woman's powdery air, and said, you too, both of you are very conspiring cultivators of the earth immortals. You have to be clean and self-conscious, and you have to cultivate yourself. Especially with those female cultivators, drink less flower wine, fight with immortals, stay a little bit more vigorous, and gain some reputation. Otherwise, a future master of the great Chongguo, the 8th generation head of the Qingzhou school, will be the greatest to outsiders. The impression is that it is actually that flower bush, which is a bit outrageous. Nowadays, on the Tonggishao mountain, the big is big and the small is small. Good things don't go out, but bad things are spreading thousands of miles. Yuan glanced at Zhang Luzhu. Zhang Luzhu sat in place, without squinting. Cui Dongshan stretched out a finger and pointed at the two immortals. Mr. and I don't want the guests from the top of the mountain to be the heroes and heroes who have been mingled in the cheek powder cave, in the windy tent, and under the pomegranate skirt all the year round. Chapter Luzhu was a little sad, and she cursed Yuan for misleading me. Before I met Yuan, the old man was notoriously diligent in practice. Where did I know half of a genealogical nun and fairy? Cui Dongshan clapped his palms and smiled. As Chief Zhang said just now, then the three of us will work together and cooperate sincerely. Zhang Luzhu and Yuan both got up and saluted, swearing to the heavens. Cui Dongshan finally shook his sleeves, and said with a hippie smile, I also learned to superfluously learn from the chief of the chapter. I closed the door and said my own words. If you two dare to make mistakes again and again, someday I will disappoint my husband. I'll hit you half dead first, and then let you understand what life is better than death. Before Cui Dongshan left Xiandushan, his husband once asked a very interesting question. If Yu Guizong Weiying secretly promised to give similar fame and fortune temptation, would the two of them wear the same fame and fortune, and will they be more determined? Cui Dongshan nodded and said yes. Mr. smiled and said something, which shows that people's hard work is far from reliable enough, anyway, dripping through the rocks, slowly seeing the results. Two earth immortals, one golden pill is like a chilling cicada, and one yuaning just says not to dare, and will never disappoint Qin Jiangxian's cultivation and trust. The boy in white clothes is like a cloud of white clouds, disappearing out of thin air. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth does not have the slightest ripple, coming and going without a trace. Under the grape frame, Zhang Luzhu and Dai Yuan looked at each other. After a long silence, Dai Yuan whispered, "Brother Zhang, over my house, it's just our brothers who have a light tea, right? Otherwise." Zhang Luzhu did not have a good air. Wen and Gentle Township is a hero's tomb. It wastes the spirit of our generation of monks, and it is harmful to no benefit. Yuan nodded silently, blaming me. Zhang Luzhu said, "I won't go to your house to drink tea, just continue drinking here. Let's think about it carefully, and we have to figure out a general rule." Yuan's spirit was shocked, and he immediately took a seat, poured a glass of wine to Zhang Luzhu, and said cheerfully, "Brother Zhang is still steady, and we should discuss it carefully." The two land immortals who were in the same boat began to talk frankly, chatting and chatting. Even the Yu dynasty and the Dechong dynasty would have an eye for the future alliance. Indeed, it is more flavorful than drinking flower wine. Sure enough, a big man shouldn't indulge in the Gentle Township and seek a great cause. As a result, another head poked out from the grape rack, and he couldn't stop it. "It's really not that I said you two. What are you thinking about? What did you talk about?" The widow cried at night. Zhang Luzhu and Dai Yuan are stiff, and when they look at each other, they both feel weak and frustrated. Cui Dongshan took out two booklets from his sleeves and threw them on the wine table. "You have a share. Remember to read it a few times, memorize it and write 1,000 or 800 words after reading it. I want to go back to the school. Yours." The figure in white clothes disappeared again. Two earthly immortal monks, just like two Meng children from the school, just got a copy of the classwork given by the husband. Speechless for a long time, Yuan asked with his eyes, "Is that guy gone?" Zhang Luzhu replied with his eyes, "You ask Lao Tzu who is going to ask, and ask the Master Cui who has a pit in his head. What about our brothers? It's not a problem to just stand up like this. Why look through that booklet?" The two earth immortals with more and more eloquence, not to mention the words in the mouth, and without the need to communicate with each other, they sat down almost at the same time, immersed in reading. In the view of Jitsue, the old real person Liang Shuang turned his head and looked into the courtyard, dressed in white as if jumping out of the underground. He saw the female national teacher Lu Bilong. "Hey, the old true talent has collected the diary and looked for Dao Lu. Liang Shuang is just a deaf ear. Could it be that the embroidered tiger Cui Yang was such a rascal when he was young? I have to ask Xiao Zhao later." Cui Dongshan dangled his sleeves, strode into the house, sat opposite Ma Xianhui, the female champion, staring at the full moon Lu Bilong. According to the secret records of the Yu dynasty, Lv Bilong, a true protector of the country, was born as half a genealogical monk. She once practiced in a small national Taoist temple that is not well known. Because she has a pure heart and lacks desires, she wants to seek truth. After she was out of the Yuanying realm, she began to go out and wandering. When passing by the capital of the Yu dynasty, she saw that Jitsui Temple was a blessed place with rich Taoism, so she stopped here and got a Taoist certificate issued by the court, but she still didn't want to reveal her realm. When the troubled times came, she really didn't want to watch the Yu clan's will cut off. She violated her heart and took the initiative to abandon her usual clean practice, barely hiding herself in the country and becoming a true guardian of the country. As for the small Taoist temple in that place, it certainly exists. The ritual archives and local county chronicles of the small country of the Yu clan are indeed clearly recorded. Even if the small Taoist temple has long been destroyed in the war, I believe it must be. There will be a female crown named Lu Bilong. The female national teacher felt very uncomfortable, but with the presence of the old real person with a strong identity, she did not dare to show an unpleasant look. A young man, who can ridicule the great celestial master outside Longhushan, how can she be a little Yuanning monk who can provoke him? Cui Dongshan opened his mouth and made Lu Bilong's heart tremble. Listen to my husband, you are actually born in the Wanyao sect of the Sanshan blessed land. Is that a chess piece that the fairy Han Yushu put here? Are you lucky right now, thinking that when you get to our Tianmu Academy, Han Yushu will mediate for you? For example, Sovereign Han will instruct his daughter Han Yushu to pass the old emperor Yu secretly, or to succeed the new Jun, find a reason to excuse you. Fortunately, the academy can reduce your guilt. It is best to stay in Luojing with the body of sin, even if you lose your identity as a true protector of the country, and strive to retain the title of a master, use your private money, give up your own dowry, and spend another 200 or 300 years of Taoism, and also have to run a few big weekdays, so that you can make up for it. Do you want to say that you don't understand what I'm talking about? Let's say, what is your real name on the Wanyao sect's golden and jade genealogy? Don't treat our Tianmu Academy as a fool. I'm very busy, and I don't have that spare time. I will accompany you to play some children's activities. I heard the boy in white, our Tianmu Academy, one by one. This Lu Bilong, until this moment, she was really scared. Liang Shuang's realm is enough, and he is insightful to the ups and downs of Lu Bilong's mood, and he asks in his heart, did you guess it? Cui Dongshan smiled and replied, I don't dare to be greedy, it's my husband's guess. How could I think that this lady who used the identity of Lu Bilong would be so foolish and not confess? After hesitating, Cui Dongshan told this old man a bigger truth. Mr. Before and Han Yushu had a vicious fight on the Taiping mountain site, and Han Yushu did his best. Fulua and the formation are extremely accomplished, and he contacted Luojing and the Kingsapai formations, and there was a guess. With Wan Yezong's style of acting as a turtle, now that he has made up his mind to create the next sect, there will definitely be a like Lu Bilong, who will come out early to make arrangements. In short, on the husband's side, this is a very simple context. Liang Shuang twisted his beard and smiled. It's a pity that fellow Chen Xiaodao is as careful as he is, and he is aware of his youth. It's a pity not to be a naive Taoist with the poor Dao. As for the battle between Chen Pingan and Han Yushu, Liang Shuang had heard it, not to mention Cui Dongshan's last sentence, I'm busy and I don't have any spare time, he said to himself deliberately. Cui Dongshan glanced at the young female crown with deep luck and great destiny. If there is a chance, he will dig the foot of the wall and pry to Xiandu Mountain. Anyway, this Ma Xianhui is going to stay in Tonggishao, and it is very likely that he will be left by Liang Shuang. In a certain Taoist temple in Liang State, it is not too much to be a famous guest in one's own sect. In fact, Ma Xianhui, the female crown, is said to be a direct biography, but not strict. In fact, she is only a named disciple of Liang Guojing, Liang Hao, but not the one who can really inherit Liang Shuang's mantle. For this reason, with his disciple Ma Xianhui, the relationship comes from the master and the apprentice, and the relationship is scattered to separate the pulse. Liang Shuang's line is only known from the top of the Haoran mountain. The famous incense is withered. The threshold for accepting disciples is really too high, and there is an ancestral instruction that cannot be violated. Ancient innocence, word of mouth, one word is one. This means that Liang Shuang's lineage has always been a single line, with no disciples. In addition to this, there is a very hidden mystery. In fact, Liang Shuang has been looking for the reincarnated person of the preaching teacher for many years. To put it simply, since the first generation of patriarchs founded the mountain and established the Taoist tradition, in the long years after that, a long tradition that has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years is like there are only two masters and apprentices from beginning to end, but they only exchanged masters and disciples. Identity only. Suddenly remembered something, that ambitious Wan Yaozong Han Yushu, hasn't it been given to that by fellow Qin Shaodao? The old man was free anyway, so he hung his hands in the sleeves of the Taoist robe and quickly deduced it. Unexpectedly, he quickly stretched out his sleeves and shook his wrists vigorously. Yo, it's hot. Although the calculus can't come up with a definite answer, Han Yushu is still undecided about his life or death, but in the eyes of the old man, it actually means that he has a firm truth. Thousands of years of living in the mountains, but did not live on dogs. Liang Shuang smiled and said, "I'll say hello to Xiao Zhao when I look back, and help me let out the wind," saying that Han Yushu used to be alive and kicking, and was fortunate to have a discussion with the celestial teacher Liang Shuang. In this way, if someone else carefully calculates it, he has to pass the level of Liang Shuang first. Cui Dongshan deliberately turned a blind eye to this. As long as I didn't see anything, the husband would not owe this favor. Cui Dongshan just raised one hand and pointed in the air, so strange. The female cultivator of Wan Yao's genealogy under the pseudonym Lu Bilong was confused. She didn't know what the Confucian student of Tianmu Academy was doing. She guessed that the boy with a red mole on the eyebrows in front of her, listening to his tone, most likely was the one who just Wen Yu, the young deputy mountain leader who took office across continents. Liang Shuang glanced at it, but he knew what Cui Dongshan was playing. It was a form of Go, known for its many changes, so it was hailed as, the Great Oblique Change is hard to say. The national game at the foot of the mountain is waiting. The Yilin people on the mountain once highly admired this, but it was later rejected by Beta Shengjing Juzhong and Xiuhu Chui Huang. One of the color clouds, Xing Zhezhong's only mid-game disadvantage is extremely inferior. The big game started with a big diagonal. Cui Yang was only in the official stage, and the game was a miss, and finally lost half a goal. So much so that today's famous chess players almost no longer start with the big diagonal setting. Liang Shuang didn't think that Cui Dongshan was showing off. After all, a world chess player who could play such a game with Xing Juzhong might be able to be complacent for a lifetime, but for the embroidered tiger, who was dominant but fell short, it was an invisible shame. But why Cui Dongshan acted like this at the moment, the old true person is not interested in exploring. Some people do some things that outsiders can't understand how they think. The leader of the pulse is tantamount to giving up and being ranked among the 14th realms. Cui Dongshan asked abruptly, "Are you willing to leave Wan Yaozong? From then on, you have just been a LV Bilong with the Sanshan fortune land for no reason." The woman gave a sad smile. Sect Master Han Yushu is so ambitious, and governing a blessed land with an iron fist, how can he tolerate the betrayal of a monk from the Patriarch's hall? She dared to do this, it would only lead to a dead end. So she has already made a decision. Since the identity is revealed, it will definitely involve Wan Yaozong being held accountable by the Confucian temple, so Han Yushu is destined to be unable to help her get out of trouble, and will only try to separate her from her. So she can almost foresee her fate: go to Tianmu Academy, be interrogated, be questioned by the Academy mountain leader, detained, and maybe detained to go to the Gongda forest in the Middle-earth Shenzhou. Fortunately, she is still young and has the hope of entering the Jade Realm. The big deal is to retreat and practice, but she has changed a place from this Luojing Jitsue view. This is also one of the reasons why Han Yushu asked her to leave Sanshan blessed land early. I hope that within 100 or 200 years, she will break the bottleneck of Yuaning in Tonggishao, the Yu dynasty's Jitsue view. During this period, Han Yushu will not only teach 1 or 2 extremely superior Taoist secrets, will definitely secretly tilt a large amount of heavenly materials and divine money for her. At that time, LV Bilong can justifiably create the next sect, making Han Yushu sit on 3 sections. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "At the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or the Aquarius Island to the north, if you retreat like you will be killed. If you think that after the academy knew about this, it just kept you locked up for 100 years, that would be too small to underestimate the power of the Confucian Temple's post-autumn accounts, especially you, such an insidious earth immortal, who has the greatest guilt, so listen to my advice. Before leaving Jitsue Temple, hurry up to worship a few more incense sticks and see if you can invite Daozu to bless you and intercede with the Confucian Temple personally. Otherwise, you will be imprisoned to death, let alone enter the Yupu realm, even if you become what about the immortal. By the way, don't forget one thing. Now the head of Wuxi Academy is the thoroughbred of Luzhou Yufu Academy in Beiju. You know his temper, or else he will be the head of the mountain and he won't think behind closed doors in the Gongdalin. Confucian Temple did not even dare to let him go to Tianmu Academy, just because he was afraid that he would live in Tonggizong every day and would not move away. Then Dafu, Tianmu, and Wuxi 3 mountain chiefs would discuss together, and Zhou Shanchong heard about your great achievements. Do you think you can speak nice things for you? Take a 10,000 step back and say, even if Han Yushu loses his heart, he will protect you. Do you think Zhou Shanchong will spit on him? She was already the female crown of the bird of fright, and saw the white-clothed boy raise his hand, put his fingers together, his eyes were firm, and he sweared. When you can swear to the sky, if I'm not at the head of the mountain and the school of the Tianmu Academy. On the side of Mr. Siyi, if you don't take this matter down, and don't shut you down to the gray hair, I will be named Lu together with you in the future. The old Jinren sighed, Jikugwen's tea is really good, not for free. The poor Tao also reminds the full moon fellow Taoist to say it. Before leaving Jikugwen, in addition to praying for incense, you can bring hundreds of books and be confined. After chatting to relieve boredom, then carry a mirror with you and be a companion, the beauty of the white-haired mirror prophet. The women's crown was so disrespectful, she turned her head suddenly, pinched the Taoist formula with both hands, and then sacrificed a secret treasure natal thing. It seemed to have used a mountain barrier technique, and then she trembled. The junior knows it is wrong, Tianshi Liang help me. Liang Shuang laughed dumbly, and shook his head, Daoist full moon, how can you go to the doctor in such a hurry? Poor Dao is not your life-saving straw, this one is. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, Han Yushu has set a sect prohibition on her. Once Han Yushu notices something wrong, even if it is separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, this full moon Daoist will still turn into a Daoist heart on the spot. An idiot in the mud. So close the door first, and then ask Brother Liang for help, which shows that she is not stupid enough. The female crown looked terrified, and began to sign up. My real name is Dragon Palace, a direct disciple of Wanyao ancestor Shirtang. My teacher has long passed away. Apart from me, there are only a few middle 5 monks with ordinary qualifications in this vein of ours. Now, the pill formation is an extravagant hope. Some people with good aptitude have long since switched to other veins. Cui Dongshan couldn't help but laugh. Dragon Palace. You actually took such a big name. Dare you to be born as a human being in this life, you are born to do great things. Liang Shuang looked cold and disgusted Nguyen Yaozong and Han Yushu extremely. What kind of way to cultivate, what to ask for truth, what to become immortal. A good feng shui 3 mountain blessed land, which has been tossed so smoky, that Taoist who is the true master of blessed land, since it is so idle, don't care. A battle, like a sieve, sorted out the hearts of everyone in Tongyi's Hao. The sect master, the mountain master, and the head of the sect, the worship, and the anecdote, there are deviations and intrigues between the sects and the sects of the vassal. It is conceivable that these mountains and immortal masters, with others, and the world, how can they be the same way? It's just like a fight, winning or losing, 2 points. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, which one is your first master of Wan Yaozong's next sect? It can't be the daughter of Han Yushu, right? She said, I only learned about this not long ago. It is said that it was a nominally closed disciple of the previous sect master, who was accepted by Han Yushu as his apprentice. However, apart from Han Yushu, it seems that no one has ever seen this person with his own eyes. I only know that this person is young and has no aptitude for cultivating. He is the youngest golden pill in the history of Sanshan Fudi. This is because when this person successfully formed a pill, he once caused a great vision of heaven and earth. Even Zongman's formation was not completely covered up, and only then revealed some secrets. Up and down the sect, all these years, no one dared to discuss this matter without authorization. Once discovered, they would be imprisoned by Master Zhonglu himself in the back mountain water prison. The reason why I know is that Han Jiangshu secretly visited Jitsue Temple earlier. The sister-in-law of the sect master told me personally that her talented little uncle, the Taoist named Gindus, is very likely to become one. A great monk in the Ascension realm. Speaking of this, she hesitated and said softly, I can see that Han Jiangshu and the monk are probably having an affair. Because Han Jiangshu was in the Taoist temple before, when he talked to himself about the young monk, Han Jiangshu thought he was hiding well, but in fact, his eyes were full of spring water. As soon as she said her words, she consciously lost her words. She shouldn't talk about these messy things in front of a great celestial master surnamed Longhushan and a deputy head of the Timu Academy. Unexpectedly, the white-clothed boy nodded and smiled. Very well, I love to listen to these. You might as well talk more about Wan Yaozong's salted fish insider. To tell the truth, you don't need to exaggerate. Holding both hands to stabilize Daoxin's crown, I can't hold it anymore. Liang Shuang stretched out a finger, across a coffee table, pointed at the center of the female crown's eyebrows, and said calmly, Ding. Suddenly, the female crown was like a faint, pulling her head, she was like entering a sweet dream. Cui Dongshan smiled, stood up, squatted next to the women's crown, examined it for a moment, raised his palm, lightly patted the opponent's forehead, hitting the opponent's soul floating out of the body, then stood up, twisting his fingers around the piece the clothes of the soul in the same coma, trembling, and then casually pushed the soul back into the skin of the body, leaving only the air house in the small world of the human body, like stars, hanging in the air. Cui Dongshan paced slowly, offering a golden sword light, and drew a sword chi thunder pool forbidden area. Cui Dongshan tilted his head from time to time, or stood on tiptoe, carefully looked at the female crown's heart, and ended up in one place. Inside the mansion, a secret restriction carefully set up by Han Yushu was discovered. Cui Dongshan suddenly had 5 fingers like a hook. In an instant, he pulled out a slender galaxy, composed of golden text. Almost at the same time, the other hand was carving. A golden text that was almost the same came out, filling the gap in the heart for the women's crown. Cui Dongshan slapped the women's crown again and slapped the crown, solemnly reminding, Brother Liang didn't hesitate to spend a lot of effort to help you solve this huge hidden danger. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and thank the real person. The female crown with a slight pain on the cheek was unknown, so she quickly got up and retreated a few steps, and hit the old true man with a sect, and said with gratitude, Thank you, the Heavenly Master, for your great kindness. From beginning to end, there was Ma Xianhui who was drinking tea in silence. She made up her mind that she must stay away from the white-clothed boy in the future, and it would be better if the two sides should not meet again. I want to come to this guy's husband, is it not much better? Otherwise can teach such a student? Cui Dongshan sat back to his original position. Dragon Palace, you can leave immediately, and go to Tianmu Academy to report the situation by yourself. Dragon Palace timidly asked, will Shan Chong not walk with me? Cui Dongshan said with a dazed expression, Vice President Wen of Tianmu Academy. Not when you. Long Palace is like falling into the clouds, mistakenly thinking that he has heard it wrong, and smiled bitterly, when Shan Chong Mo is going to laugh. Cui Dongshan scowled and said, I am Dongshan. Liang Shuang asked, what is the deal with? Cui Dongshan rubbed his chin. Tianmu Academy has its own conclusions, but Dragon Palace is a surrender. If we talk more about Wan Yaozong and Han Yushu's pickled things, according to the old rules of the Confucian Temple, we can slightly reduce the penalty and shut it down. Death is definitely not going to happen. If she is lucky, maybe she can go to the battlefield in the wild world to make up for it. As for the good or bad luck, it depends on Wen Yu of Tianmu Academy and the head of Wuxi Academy. What kind of attitude is Zhou Mi? Anyway, I heard that Wen Yu has a temperament not much better than Zhou Mi, but Zhou Mi is on the table. It is rumored that Wen Yu is a person with extremely hard bones and careful thoughts. On the battlefield of Nanpa Suozhou, a fairyland demon clan who was in charge of the military tent died alive. If only based on military merits, and regardless of seniority, Wen Yu can be directly as the head of the Tianmu Academy. Central Confucian Temple, Zhou Mi of Yufu Academy was lifted from Gonglan, and he was able to transfer to Tonggizhao as the head of the academy. In the words of the chief Zhou, this called the Confucian Temple began to let dogs bite people. It is clear that the entire mountain top of Xianfu in the southern part of Tonggizhao should be honest. After all, he was a scholar who had to be gifted by his husband to control anger before he took up his post as the mountain lord, and he was still a civil-style simple. Beiju Luzhou is looking for a college mountain leader who comes to visit and beats people himself, so that such a number one person came to the Wuxi Academy in Tonggizhao to take charge of affairs, which in itself is a shock. In addition, the Confucian Temple also gave a kind reminder to Yu Quzong, who has made great achievements in the war. Don't do things too much, and don't stretch your hands too long to the north. It's almost enough. In short, don't learn from the Tongye sect. Zuxi and Fu are all vassals. Wen Yu served as the deputy head of Tianmu Academy. Now, according to the ritual system of the Confucian Temple, the 72 Confucian Academy is equipped with one principal and 2 associates. Generally speaking, there are 2 deputy heads, one governs academics, and is relatively empty. Responsible for the culture and education, general affairs, large and small can be managed, especially in the current awe-inspiring world. In the future, all the ritual books under the mountain must be from academy. Wen Yu is now the deputy head of the abbot for specific affairs. Wen Yu can manage things on the mountain, and he has to take care of all the countries under the mountain within the jurisdiction of the academy. Long Palace looked like a bereaved concubine, once again looking at the old man for help. How dare she go to the battlefield of the wild world to fight? Instead of being imprisoned by the academy, she has seen the scene of the wild monsters flooding like a tide, and she has long been scared. The unmovable cities are like people lying on the ground waiting to die, eaten clean by the ant colony, and there is only a bone corpse in an instant. Cui Dongshan said, this lady is uncertain, maybe she will have weak legs halfway and try to escape, so Lao Liang will her for a ride. Liang Shuang nodded and said, anyway, I'm going to meet the disciple who saw the real fire dragon, what a genius of cultivation. Zhang Shanfeng, a young Taoist priest who lay down on Difeng, was actually about to become the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain. If it weren't for the war, the celestial master's mansion would need a thugman that could be used, and Xiao Zhao didn't. He was willing to pull out the seedlings to encourage him, so he rejected the proposal of the real person of Fire Dragon to let his disciple replace the celestial master with a hereditary surname. Liang Shuang asked casually, "Then this Jitsue temple, and the Yu court, would you like to give us an explanation?" Cui Dongshan said in an unpleasant way, "If it weren't for what I said, the prince would be a bit human. The majestic and mighty Mingjun would definitely not be counted, and he wouldn't be fainted. Anyway, he would be the emperor of the Yu family. It's more than enough." Liang Shuang smiled. "This is not the style of embroidering tigers. Cui Dongshan is a little bit ill. I don't know if Brother Liang is boasting or cursing." Liang Shuang smiled and said, "Don't hide and tuck, why don't you let the poor Dao open your eyes?" Cui Dongshan stood up, shaking out a lifelike porcelain figure from his snowy white sleeves, who turned out to be exactly the figure of the Dragon Palace, just like carved out of a mold. Ma Xianhui looked and looked again. If it hadn't been for the two female national teachers to stand and sit one by one, otherwise he would really not be able to distinguish the true from the false. Cui Dongshan then took out the soul of a female ghost from his sleeve, raised his hand to vainly, and said softly, "Go you." The soul clings to the closed porcelain figure. Cui Dongshan put his fingers together again, and touched it. Living at the center of the porcelain person's eyebrows, like opening the face of a Buddha statue, is the finishing touch. After a while, the porcelain man opened his eyes and gave a blessing. It was a voice that was very similar to that of the Dragon Palace, and even the cold temperament was exactly the same. Met the master. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and grabbed the whisk that the Dragon Palace had placed on the table. He held it in his hand and threw it to the Dragon Palace, in front of him. The latter held the whisk in his hand and put it on one of his arms. The master gave a great treasure. Cui Dongshan squinted at the real Dragon Palace. "What do you want to do? Don't hurry to take off the true crown on your head, and give it to our fellow full moon Daoist. As for the pair of green lotus and white lotus root shoes on your feet, and the piece on your body, the Taoist robe that shows the blindfold, you'll talk about it later." Liang Shuang said, "It's a pity, fortunately. It's a pity that the cost of these anti-sky methods is too high to be like that of armored weapons and Xinjia ferry boats. Fortunately, due to this bottleneck, the number of porcelains is limited and will not cause chaos in the world. The name is true. The person who cultivates the Taoism is no longer a person. But if there are such porcelains all over the world, the consequences will be disastrous. A careless one will repeat the same mistakes and turn the whole world into an ancient heavenly court 10,000 years ago." The Dragon Palace and his disciple Ma Xianhui on the side of the house were blindfolded by the female ghost. They mistakenly thought that the porcelain man himself had no intelligence. In fact, it was not. Liang Shuang could see through the layers of confusion. After the layers of confusion, that little real spirit flickered uncertainly. It's like a person's resuscitation, and they will grow up quickly. In short, there are two masters in a house. In fact, the female ghost and the porcelain coexist spiritually. How will the two sides be in the future? Just look at Cui Dongshan's personal preferences. The ancient gods overlooked the world and regarded all the spiritual beings on the earth as ants. Ants are only worth looking down at the ground, and looking up at the sky is considered rampant? The previous human race was like this. What about these porcelains who now seem to be too fragile? Liang Shuang was in a solemn mood, and said solemnly, "Fortunately, there are still people who can control you. Otherwise, I will be in charge of the Confucian temple and I will lock you to death." Cui Dongshan shook his shoulders and said triumphantly, "As long as there is a husband, who dares to bully me?" Liang Shuang smiled and said. Cui Dongshan changed his name. He said, "Lao Liang, I think, wait until Ma Xianhui settles the fate on Lianggua. You can come to Jiquiguan to practice the road with great concentration, and then he will continue to be the master. It's okay. The family doesn't talk about two things, but whenever there is something good, I will definitely stick to my family first. Liang Shuang frowned and said, Is that Qin Pingan's meaning? Cui Dongshan slapped the coffee table, and said angrily, What do you mean by conscience? Liang Shuang sneered, Scare me. Cui Dongshan took his sleeve and wiped the matcha table. There are many things, the gentleman is reluctant to do it, and he disdains it. Since it is just reluctance and disdain, it is not impossible. Liang Shuang asked curiously, Chen Pingan wants to learn from you, Cui Yang, and use that knowledge to sow a continent of mountains and rivers. Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, Different techniques, Mr. is best at turning it into his own use, and then come back and make a new look. For some reason, as soon as he heard the word Cui Yang, the Dragon Palace started to have a headache, and he covered his head with his hands. A master of cultivating Yuaning Dixian was sweating like rain. Obviously, Cui Dongshan did remove her prohibition, but added a new landscape pass to the Dragon Palace. For example, if one of her thoughts involves a little bit of Cui Yang or an embroidered tiger, it is such a miserable end to the instability of Taoism. Wait to the Dragon Palace to finally stabilize Dao Axian, the white-clothed boy who she had guessed the identity, smiled and said, Come with me, Cui Yang is a bastard, Cui Yang is a bastard. Poor Dragon Palace, this time she actually fell back to the ground in pain, her body curled up, and she barely rolled all over the floor. Liang Shuang turned a blind eye to this, and asked, It's not 100 or 200 years, it won't happen, right? He is so distracted, what should I do with his own practice? My husband has an estimate, before Wucai Tianxia reopens the door, it will have a rudimentary shape. From the mountain to the mountain, from the heart to the human heart. And it will not delay Mr. S. practice too much. So fast. Otherwise you think. Liang Shuang fell into silence, picked up the cupola, took a sip of tea, and asked in his heart, Yuan God, do you want it? Cui Dongshan curled his lips, You have nothing to hide from Lao Liang, you are going to Pushan Yunkatang to find a passing status, and there is still a mess that needs to be cleaned up. Liang Shuang asked again, Then where is your Yangshan's body now? Cui Dongshan blinked, In the colorful world, just a few days ago, I just found the place of cultivation in Baiyi. Anyway, it's empty. I can help take care of it. Liang Shuang quipped, Is this going to create the next sect over there? Isn't it the same as the hero Han Yushu's opinion? As long as Cui Dongshan is on the side of Wucai Tianxia, and another sect is created, the Luopa Mountain of Aquarius Island can be promoted from the upper sect to the authentic, and the Qingping Jianzong of Tonggishao can be promoted to the upper sect. In this matter, the plan with Wanyaozong is about the same. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, beat his heart lightly, raised his head and looked to the ceiling with a sad expression on his face. When I thought that I was thinking of going with Han Xianren, I was so angry that my heart hurts. Ma Xianhui finally couldn't help it, and summoned the courage to whisper to the old real man, Master, I don't want to come here to practice the Taoist temple. The old man nodded and smiled, It's up to you. But you don't have to be afraid of this guy. The master and his husband are good friends at first sight. Only relying on this relationship, this Cui Dongshan dare not take you. Liang Shuang of course knows a real embroidered tiger's chess skills. Like today's playing in the Dragon Palace, the previous encounters with Zhang Luzhu and Daiyuan at the Lantern Riddle Museum were just 2 dishes of wine and food. Cui Dongshan just casually shook his arms with a relatively side-by-side trick. It can be regarded as deceiving part of the chessboard, but it can't be called a real fairy hand. Liang Shuang finally asked the biggest doubt in his mind, Why should you be so sincere when you be a student? In fact, the current old real person Liang Shuang, who is in the temple of Jitsue, is somewhat different from the celestial master Liang Shuang in the capital of Liangguojing, and is different from the ordinary monks who travel far away from the body. It means that the latter is higher and greater than the former. At this point, the same goes for Cui Yang and Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan smiled calmly. A certain sentence is known to the same people. Why should the Heavenly Master ask more? Dragon Palace and Ma Xianhui are both Taoist women's crowns, so they don't understand the mystery of Cui Dongshan's words, because it involves a Buddhist Zen poem. Lonely cloud and wild crane, he Tian does not fly. Liang Shuang shook his head and said, no. What you said is exactly the opposite. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, really the opposite? Why don't you think about it again? The reason changed another title, of course, was that she knew that she was cool in front of her, but she was just helping the real body to ask questions. Liang Shuang nodded, that's true. Cui Dongshan's illocutionary meaning is not esoteric, nor is it a mystery, it is nothing more than a simple truth. If you choose a limited freedom yourself, how can it not be a great freedom? Liang Shuang asked again, then the poor way can be understood as, you can actually choose a completely pure freedom at any time. Cui Dongshan asked, if you need to play chess with Cui Yang, Xing Juzhong, Qi Jingchen, and Wu Shuang at the same time, how would you choose? Liang Shuang smiled and said, don't sit down, don't twist your child, don't play against each other. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hands, this is not enough. Liang Shuang squinted his eyes and asked, that's even more interesting. Now that you take charge of the people you are willing to take care of, who should take care of it? Cui Dongshan twitched the corners of his mouth. This old guy, he still doesn't forget about this matter, and he has the same mentality as that of Zhou Zi. Liang Shuang did not give up on that answer, and waited for the following. Cui Dongshan remained silent. This is very annoying. As a fairy with small arms and legs, facing a great cultivator at the peak of the Ascension realm, he really can't stand up. Cui Dongshan missed that for the first time. Cui Dongshan sighed, and slowly said, my husband said that doing interesting things is of course very interesting, but it may not be meaningful. But doing meaningful things must be interesting. Liang Shuang thought for a moment, this is a good reason. Cui Dongshan sighed and said, a certain sentence is known to the same people. Why should the Heavenly Master ask more? Liang Shuang sighed, and the mindfulness of his own body finally withdrew from ancient Heart Lake completely. You bother me and bother me, you deserve to be a fellow. Ma Xianhui glanced at the female national teacher of the Yu dynasty. Fortunately, she couldn't understand it either. Cui Dongshan stretched out his palm to his mouth, Tianchi Liang, depending on the posture, your own god wants to rebel, you must take care of him. Liang Shuang was too lazy to talk to this guy, stood up, and said, Full Moon Daoist, give you half an hour to clean up, poor Dao is waiting for you at the Jiaoyin ferry. Cui Dongshan suddenly shouted to Lao Jinren, Lao Liang, I have to ask for something for my husband. Liang Shuang wondered, what? Seeing that Cui Dongshan smiled thiefly, Liang Shuang began to make up for it. I said in advance, the poor road is a famous two-sleeved breeze. If it is a treasure of the town of the immortal soldier, there will be absolutely no such foreign objects. At most it's for your husband to borrow from Xiao Zhao, and it won't be returned for 300 to 500 years. It's not a big problem. Pan Dao, as the great celestial master of Longhushan, your celestial master can't just let people work without paying wages. Cui Dongshan rubbed his hands and said, Old God Liang is best at looking at qi, and he knows everything about the luck of the continent, mountains, and rivers. Liang Shuang laughed and said, the cost-free gadgets make the poor Dao Bai worry about it, and let fellow Chen Xiaodao wait for it. After the old Jinren took Ma Xianhui away from Jitsui Temple, Cui Dongshan glanced at the two. Lu Bilong fell back on the ground, resting his hands on the back of his head, and lazily said, "Hold tight, change your robes and cloud shoes." At the same time, I will talk more about the inside story of the Yu family, temples and Shanshui officialdom. Just say what you have. Don't be afraid to say it tediously. If you can teach yourself someone Yaozong Taoist secrets, please hurry up. Teach him, stingy, no one has stinged his own truth. The Dragon Palace silently took off his boots, first put on an ordinary Taoist robe, and then grabbed a corner of the robe, and with a slight tug, he tore off a Feng Mao robe given by the sect and handed it to the one holding the whisk. Lu Bilong. The LV Bilong put on the robe, wore the pair of cloud shoes, threw the dust off, changed his arms to hold it, and smiled and said, "Thanks to fellow Daoist Dragon Palace." Dragon Palace is extremely weird. Suddenly, hearing the man began to repeat the word Cui Yang again and again, Dragon Palace seemed to have received a dull fist in an instant, slumped to the ground, her face turned pale, and his robe was soaked with sweat. After Cui Dongshan stood up and sat on the steps outside, the Dragon Palace inside the house tremblingly told Lu Bilong about the secrets, and Cui Dongshan was also absent-minded. Suddenly, with a boxing palm, I just thought of a sincere word from the bottom of my heart, I can talk to my husband when I look back. The sky is violent, my heart is vast, and thousands of mountains attract thousands of water. Thunder thundering in silent places. Cui Dongshan supports his cheeks with both hands. I only talk about the Peach Leaf Alliance in Tonggishao. Among them are the Daquan dynasty, Pushun Yunkatang, and Xiaolongqiu. How is it now? As for the Golden Summit, the chief enshrines lying, and now I see my husband, what will happen? Izhou Santriyuan, Dafu, Tianmu, Wuxi. The long-term dragon boat in the mountain of Dafu Academy, and the wise Yangpu. Wang Zai, deputy head of Wuxi Academy. Wen Yu, deputy head of Tianmu Academy. One continent north and south, the two largest sects, Yuguizang and Tonggizang. The Zhou chief of Yuguizang and Yunku Fudi, the master of Yuanying Jianqiu of Tonggizang. A little further away, the newly appointed king of Donghai Sea, the true dragon King Zhu. A little further away, Li Yeho, the lord of the South Sea. A deity makes a mountain, not its altitude. Water does not have to be deep. There is the Qingjing Mountain Green Tiger Palace, and the Lord Lu Yong. There is also the old Chiu Chiu and Chiu Du. The ink line crosses the negative mountain fish, and the negative mountain. In the middle of the Wanlixiu River, Qingping Jianzong will build a private ferry. Let's talk about the future mountain dynasties of Tonggishao, the Yu dynasty that is about to usher in the new emperor at his feet, plus the great Spring Yao, who is the most prosperous nation on the continent, and the De Yuan dynasty, which is the neighbor of Qingping Jianzong. Zhang Lu Zhu will soon go to the Dechong dynasty, where the young servant man is in aid. I just said that on the bank of the Rin River, someone has planned to establish the country, and the country's surname is Dugu. Mr. is also the chief guest officer of Taiping Mountain, and the anonymous guest officer of Liu's family in Aizhou. To sow the mountains and rivers of Tonggishao. First of all, it is the gathering of heaven and earth's aura so solid, for example, the monks from all walks of life searched the mountains, and killed the monks of the wild monster race on the spot. For example, near the engagement shop on the banks of the Jilin River, the old man Liang Shuang killed the ghost in the Yupu realm that was attached to Shuihuai's soul. Furthermore, it is the death of the native monks in Tonggishao, the interpretation of soldiers, all the way and the aura, all return to the world. Generally Xianfu, especially Zongzi sect, have secret methods that can retain that essence of Dao Qi. In addition, the various countries under the mountain, the ferry mansion on the mountain, extensive repairs, and the creation of the Xianjia ferry, can also win over the world and the aura, and it will not disperse. The site of Qingping sword sect was chosen because of this. Cui Dongshan did not destroy the plan of Jindingguans guarding the mountain. A Jade Pu realm master with a combat power equivalent to an immortal has little influence, but the Big Dipper array in the Golden Summit view can bring an immeasurable aura to the northern part of Tongisao. Second, Dragon Qi. Countries have restored their country one after another. The more powerful a dynasty is, the more abundant the dragon will be. This is extremely valuable because it belongs to being out of nothing and does not need to rely on any physical objects with the world. 3. The cultural and martial destiny of Wenwu temples across the continent, among which mountain destiny, such as the reappointment of the 5 mountains of Zen by emperors and monarchs. And that prefix and all kinds of Xianfu sects will definitely pour a lot of money into the gods, Jianghe. 4. Incense. Large and small city temples including the capital, prefectures, counties and counties. The imperial court enshrined a large number of gods and gods of mountains and waters, or were promoted to the imperial temples in various places, and were included in the imperial golden jade genealogy, or the civil and military heroes made up for the lack of positions. 5th, the stale air of the ancient battlefield is cleared, and the territories that have been reduced to ghost cities turn the suffocating and filthy air into the air of pure spirits. It can be through the land and water ceremonies, and the Zhou Tian Dajiao, to help extradite the dead. 6. In the end, the most illusory and most important thing is to sow people's hearts. And these are my husband's. Not long after deciding on the location of the next clan in Tongisao, he has already thought clearly. A line of light were dark lines, the names, realms, hometowns and backgrounds of more than 300 characters in Tongisao, as well as the more than 2,000 people who have extended all the way from them, are all remembered by the husband. People and things, people are nodes and things are lines, and in the end it is like forming a large crisscross web together. Today, the old real person Liang Shuang, who is a guest of Jiquiguan, what he sees, and even what he thinks of, is destined to be just a corner of the Tongisao heart-to-heart world of his husband. Besides, this is only limited to Tongisao. Beipingzu, Beiju Luzhou, how about the whole world? Not to mention Beiju Luzhou, only the Dragon Elephant Sword sect in Nanpa Suozhou, the brand new Yulong sect that has left the Green Mountains without worrying about firewood, the Jiuzhen Immortal Pavilion in Zhongtu Shenzhou, Shao Longqiu Dalongqiu, Yupantri's Mystic Dynasty, Qingshanshan, Baiwa Footy, Miyun Xie's family, Juda Mountain where Deng Liang is located. And the stewards of the transcontinental ferry that used to go to the Suspension Mountain frequently. And the sects of the continents behind them. And if there is no accident, there are already a small group of sword repairs from all continents. Under the invitation of the husband at the expense of incense, he secretly went to Fuyao Island. The husband must not let the monks who are greedy for mineral veins, they are already ruined enough. The mountains and rivers of Fuyazhou continued to worsen, and it was okay to earn money by their own ability, but if the heroes from all walks of life fight against it, and they will not hesitate to break the ground, then they will have to ask the Sword Immortal to answer. If the old scholar knew that his husband had done so much, and in the future, Jiazi would only do more. Old talents still have to pull their beards, or feel distressed. But my husband, at best, he will only let the old scholars hear a little bit of news. This is how Mr. gave his husband such a student. As the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he stayed on the side of the city, and eventually became the last sword repairman to leave the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Becoming a disciple of Wensheng's lineage, he must fill up the vacancies in the mountains and rivers where Mr. Hadao Sanzhou is located, and spare no effort, regardless of the cost. Cui Dongshan stood up and let out a long breath. Hundreds of rivers flow. Tianren chooses a man. In the ghost city of the Great Yuan dynasty, there are more than a dozen wild Xiao and Wufu who came here just to beg for money. It is estimated that no one would have thought that they would become a hard-working coolie. What they do every day is to gather the remnants of the city. The corpses have opened up a lot of cessation places similar to the Yizhuang, and they must try to identify the identities of the bones. Then they can help to bury them. Then they will set up the stone and write the names of their hometowns. So this requires them to bite the bullet. When the subordinates of the household were looking for books and checking the archives, these wild Xiao and Wufu, it is estimated that they have never touched so many books in their lives, and then they will be recorded in a ruined city temple by the young man named Gu Qiu. One by one in the ruins of the ruins where the wind gusts and the lights are miserable. These guys are just asking for money. They also have to serve as ghost messengers. They have to interrogate the ghosts every night and check their identity. The scholar surnamed Zhong, the fat man next to him, who called himself Gusu and surnamed Yu, walked around the beautiful woman every day, calling her sister on his lips, but he called himself elder brother Yu. And the boss, the brawny man in armor, who can't leave the sword, is a 5-level martial artist. He and the woman who was born in Shanzai Xiu met halfway through, and they were considered to be a wild mandarin duck in a dewy marriage. The beautiful woman's name is Wang Manmeng. She is not tall, she is small and exquisite, and she hides her ugliness. What's more, she has a beautiful face, and she also likes to wear a short nightgown with a waist, and a pair of embroidered shoes on her feet when she walks. Will also twist the waist deliberately, as if to be blown to the ground by a gust of wind at any time. Every time she saw the fat man named Yu, she had to endure the nausea, guilt and frustration. Fortunately, there are 3 hours before and after noon every day, and you can continue to search for gold and silver treasures and antique treasures, but all their gains in this city will still be recorded by the weird Guqiu. They are divided into categories and roughly estimated. A price, because according to their agreement with the scholar surnamed Zhong, 10% of the profit can only be drawn 10%. At the beginning, of course, everyone was unwilling. There is no such business in the world. In private, when the total is total, it will be evil to the courage. Taking advantage of the unpredictable Qingshan swordsman, he is temporarily absent. In the city, I had to deal with the surname Zhong, and deliberately left the ancient hill behind in a dark wind and night, and wanted to slaughter the shabby scholar in partnership. As a result, a fat man carried all of them and hanged them all. I got up and screamed. Only the beautiful woman, who was called the sister by the fat man, said something sadly. "Sister, you are confused." She escaped a catastrophe. Although she was also hung up, her head was upside down, but she was not beaten. After that night, everyone accepted their fate. In the night of this day, the ghosts in the Zhuzhou city god temple have already withdrawn, sitting on the ancient hill after the city god's big case in the past, gently putting down the pen, and looking up at the ghost sitting on the threshold of the lobby. Asked softly, "Mr. Zhong, why don't you tell them directly? You force them to do this every day, so that you can live and make money, and you can also accumulate good fortune for them." Zhong Kuei turned his back to the ancient Qiu, who is also a ghost, and said, "This involves being kind and unwilling to be evil. You can think about the knowledge here. If you want to be thorough one day, you may be able to sit still. The location of the city can be turned into a merit book." This ancient hill was the son of an official from the weaving bureau of the great Yuan dynasty. He was born as a scholar in the two lists. He was a county lieutenant in a county near the state town. It was just a weak scholar who hacked and killed with a knife. What can he block? What can I protect? I was torn alive by the monster monk who took the lead to break into the county office. His death was painful and miserable. However, after suffering this disaster, he did not become a ghost after death, but always maintained a little spiritual light. Lonely and wild ghost, wandering here, and even became the master of this ghost city step by step, and also accepted the shame girl from the peach tree courtyard as a ghost, because he didn't like a new Great Abyss dynasty to stand on his own. Guy, do things sloppily, indiscriminately, without asking the identity of the deceased, gather the bones casually, and they are very fragmented during the transportation. Gu Qiu once tried to visit the military account at night, and discussed with the general in charge of the water and land law. In the end, he was directly regarded as a murderous ghost, and he ignored Gu Qiu's repeated explanations while avoiding the monk's attack. Maybe he was regarded as a military merit. Gu Qiu was disheartened. The ghost girl, carrying 2 pots of old wine buried for many years, came to the Qinghuang temple and handed a pot of wine to Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei got up and took the hip flask, and said with a serious face, "Xiao Fang, don't change your mind. I like Brother Zhong." The girl ghost named Xiao Fang smiled, "No way." Zhong Kuei was a little bit lost. "I like it secretly, it's not a big problem." The girl shook her head and smiled, "No way." Zhong Kuei sighed, sat back on the threshold, lifted the mud seal, sniffed, and complained to himself, "I am all to blame for my awe-inspiring righteousness, and how much peach blossom luck has been dispelled." Gu Qiu was a little helpless. This Mr. Zhong is good at everything, but on this matter, he is a bit confused. After drinking, Zhong Kuei paced back to his temporary residence. The fat man didn't know where he was going to fool around. He was worried that you would be fooling the moth, so Zhong Kuei raised his palm, looked at the mountains and rivers, looking for the fat man's traces, but quickly removed the spell and shook his head helplessly. The ruins of a Xianjian in the city, the atmosphere is warm, and at the end of winter, there are lush flowers and trees on a green meadow. Pieces of clothes are scattered on the ground. A plump, snow-white carcass, with hands spread out, and grass seeps from between the fingers. The woman raised her head high, sobbing like a whistle, and having a tired nose. It was obvious that she had been bullied miserably. Looking at the fat man lying on the wall side. In a war of intestines, it was hard to beat the drums and retreat, amidst the male roaring and crying, and it was agreed to fight again in the coming day. The key sister clearly saw the fat man on the other side of the wall during the period, but she still smiled charmingly and raised her brow. Looking at the fat man almost couldn't hold back, he went to help the driver, yelled, and quickly let go of the sister. The thief was going to be fierce. Anxiously returned to Zhong Kuei's side, the fat man sat paralyzed on Bowtai's side, and said with a smile, "A good match will meet Liang Kai." There was a brazier in the corridor. Zhong Kuei was reading and didn't say anything. The 2 neighboring high-ranking official residences in the state city seemed to be stunned by the 2 neighbors. One library is called the 7,000-volume library, and there is an 8,000-volume library next door. Yu raised Erlang's legs, put his hands on the railing, and asked, "Brother Zhong, the ghosts in the city who were detained by Gu Qiu in the county town, since they can't be saved, how about? There is no adversity on Huangquan Road. Yang Jian kills people, and underworld ghosts eat ghosts." Zhong Kuei shook his head and said, "Don't think about it. Once the fat man used it as a fruit for his belly, those ghosts would be destined to have no future life." Yu wailed and said with a sad face, "Then when will I recover my state, Zhong Kuei? Think about it. If there is an ascendant servant by my side, how beautiful is it when I go out?" Zhong Kuei just lowered his head to flip through the book, and said casually, "It is the same agreement. If you dare to eat any wandering ghost without authorization, I will let you fall immediately." Eugene stomped his feet with anger, but this kind of grievance is just accustomed to it. Thinking of the charming picture that he saw just now, the fat man wiped his mouth and tentatively asked, "This kind of human relationship pleasure, as long as I don't force it, both of you love me, you will never stop me, will you?" Zhong Kuei nodded and said, "As long as the 2 sides are willing, do whatever you want. But if I find out that you have performed some secret methods on women, the old rules, you will fall for a moment. Eugene laughed and said, well, just by the appearance of widows, this attitude, and the things that go hand in hand, there are a few women in the world that can withstand the charm of an old man like me. Zhong Kuei raised his head and glanced at the fat man when he turned the pages of the book, and said in a bad mood, you are a dignified ghost, do you want a nod? The ancients sincerely don't deceive me. Crescent is the blade of grace, killing all the romantic people in the world. The fat man only feels the aftertaste is endless. I just wish I could throw my face on the ground and let that sister be a bedding under her body. Alas, when my sister got up, her back was red. I feel so distressed that I can't wait to help rub it. Rub. The fat man stretched out 2 fingers, gently twisted his face, and with a slight tug, he tore off the entire face, revealing a face without any flesh and blood, and shook that face casually. My thing, it can be used as an armrest for a woman, a stove, clothes, boots, and powder. The magical effects are endless. Zhong Kuei turned a blind eye to this, just smiled and said, be careful of your wealth. The fat man heard Zhong Kuei's words at once, and quickly covered his face again, and said in a trembled, can't it? Zhong Kuei said, no guarantee. The fat man beat his chest vigorously, and said with grief, this kind of frenzied idiots can't be done by ghosts. Is it human? The power of the hand movement is not small, and the fat is trembling, like a piece of pork belly falling on the cutting board, swaying. The fat man suddenly jumped up, his face was pale with anger, and wailed, I was so angry that I almost died on the spot. Zhong Kuei turned a deaf ear. The fat man squatted at Zhong Kuei's feet, smiling flatteringly, Brother Zhong must help me. Seeing that Zhong Kuei was just reading, the fat man immediately changed his words, Big Brother Zhong. Crashed his neck, glanced at the contents of the book pages, the fat man exclaimed, Big Brother Zhong is really elegant. With the style of the ancients, he chews plum blossoms and reads ancient poems, and reads the banned books on a snowy night and warms the wine. Zhong Kuei just looked at the academic casebook, which was once listed as a banned book title by Yuan's Yuan family, but the owner of the old bookstore was bold enough to privately hide one of the earliest printed editions. Eugene whispered, Zhong Kuei, tell me the truth, what realm is that Xiaomo? Zhong Kuei said, I don't know what the specific realm is. I only know that Mr. Xiao Mo, as long as he is willing, you can hack to death. Eugene sat on the ground and sat cross-legged. Seeing that the brazier was slightly dimmed, he hurriedly reached out to fiddle with the charcoal fire. Isn't this worrying that his brother Zhong's feet are cold, and his mouth was chattering? In fact, I saw Mr. Xiaomo for the first time. I feel kind, and when I come back to attend the celebration, I must have a few more conversations with Mr. Xiaomo. Anyway, everyone is a world-renowned person, and they are all obedience to others. Both parties must have a chat. To tell the truth, I'm still luckier than Mr. Xiaomo's scholars like Brother Zhong are the only ones, resolute, dull, and benevolent. They are all righteous and naturally not angry and prestigious. Even the hidden officer is better than no one. Come on, I dare to say such things in front of the hermit. Zhong Kuei glanced at the flattery and smiled. No wonder someone who can be an emperor can indeed bend and stretch. The husband is holding a white blade and cut down 1,000,000 heads. The fat man sighed and rubbed his cheeks with his hands. Zhong Kuei asked, have you ever seen that swordsman Pei Min? Unfamiliar, I haven't talked a word. Back then, Pei Min traveled across the sea and passed by my pitiful little grass nest. I just met one side from a distance and didn't dare to say hello. Ascension Realm sword repair, I can't provoke me. Up. Zhong Kuei asked again, where is Zhou Zi? I have seen it. Eugene slowly said, I have seen each of them once before and after my death. When I was a squander in the capital, I saw a roadside fortune-telling booth. which was set up by Zhou Zi. Besides saying that I was in a disaster, I also said a few strange things. Of course, it turned out to be some plausible language. I definitely didn't believe it at first. Later, I was slapped in the street and didn't dare to fight back. Later, the ruling and the opposition began to circulate a ballad. The general meaning is more subtle. The twists and turns, anyway, are roundabouts, saying that I have a fate. His Majesty is very suspicious. He scratched and hacked and made a mess, and in the end only my family was left. Seriously, yes, I want to rebel. The things I never dreamed of were actually forced by the Emperor. I can't crane my neck and make people cut off my head. That's the opposite. But I also saw Zhou Zi for the second time. I knew the origin of those ballads. I didn't care if there were some or not. I just asked Zhou Zi about it. If there was a destiny, if there weren't those ballads, I was a dude who only knew about eating and waiting to die. How to be an emperor, what you Zhou Zi did, what is it? Do you act on behalf of the sky? Do you follow the times and halt the flames? Or man will conquer the sky? Zhong Kuei closed the book and said, Zhou Zi talks to the sky, observes the yin and yang news in depth, and makes strange changes. His words are big and non-existent, and he must first examine the small things, push the big ones, as far as the limitless. The fat man stretched out his hand to warm himself, stared at the charcoal light, nodded and said, This is what I saw in the book when I was 6 years old. It's the gentleman of Qinpingan, Wei Wenxing said. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, A person who remembers these things at the age of 6 will really only eat and wait for death for the rest of his life. Believe it or not. The fat man shook his head, feeling wronged. I don't think about it anymore. It's just fine now, with your Zhong Kuei's side, falling back to falling back to falling back, it's better. Speaking of this, the fat man was silent for a moment, then began to beat his chest again and wailing, thinking about it, it's not good compared to before. Zhong Kuei lightly patted the cover of the book, turned his head and looked at the sky for a round of moon, and muttered to himself, Speech is a strange thing. It is piled up word by word, sentence by sentence. Note 1, but it's like making a snowman next to the brazier. There are clouds in the Buddhist scriptures, and those who use their minds well will not grow ignorant grasses in their hearts, and flowers of wisdom will often bloom everywhere. Since we have acquired the human body and heard the Dharma, we must work hard to practice and do not spend time. The fat man raised his head, looking at Zhong Kuei's expression in his eyes, lowered his head again, and continued to fiddle with the charcoal fire. Zhong Kuei patted the fat man on the shoulder and chuckled softly, Eugene, we are good ghosts, but don't out of your heart. The fat man raised his head again, grinned and said, I know, if you see ghosts as you see people, you can see people as Buddha, so you know your mind and nature, that is, your heart is a Buddha. Zhong Kuei stared, I understand the truth. After a moment of silence in pairs, Zhong Kuei said, I can help you recover 50% of your family's wealth. The fat man hugged Zhong Kuei's thigh, my dear father. As a result, Zhong Kuei held his head in disgust and moved away. The fat man raised his hand to wipe tears, Zhong Kuei, really, you are more than enough to be the first assistant to the widow, leading the civil and military officials, more than enough. If the widow had your assistant back then, let alone a continent of mountains and rivers in your pocket, even Jean Jiazhou next door will be taken down by the widow. Similar to this kind of bullshit, you can hear it, but Zhong Kuei is just a little strange, and asked, I'm just so happy to ask you to get back 50%. Are you a ghost? In terms of the degree of financial fanatics, this fat man is comparable to Qinpingan, or even worse. After all, Qinpingan just likes to make money, and he is a must for spending money generously. But this fat guy is outrageously searching. Eugene gave an unexpectedly weird answer, be nice to some fools. Zhong Kuei smiled and asked, "Why do you say this?" Yu smiled and said, "Intuition." Tianmu Academy. In the small study room, a gentleman of the academy is looking through a secret file of the academy. It is the sect that Zion Dushan will soon establish, named Xingping Jianzong, which is the next sect of Beipingzu Luopa Mountain. Chui Dongshan, the first suzerain. In addition, the autumn planting comes from the lotus roots of Tonggishao. As for the next Zonglu Chui Wei and the chief worshipper Miyu, they are both local sword repairers of the Great Wall of Jinchi. Except for these few who must be recorded, the remaining members of the next case do not need to report to the academy. He stood up and said with a smile, "Rare." The visitor at the gate is the deputy head of Wuxi Academy, the gentleman Wang Zai. Although Wen Yu and Wang Zai are close friends who have similar personalities and are now the deputy head of the academy, in fact, after so many years have passed since Wang Zai returned to his hometown from the Great Wall of Jinchi, they only met today for the second time. Wang Zai looked at the crowded study. Sure enough, it's still the same. In addition to books, there are books in the study room. The bookshelves are already full, and there are small mountains of books on the ground. It's just that, at the foot of the mountain, there is a wooden board. Hang a plaque with the words, "Don't wake up alone." There is also a copybook framed and hung on the wall, which is an excerpt from a word. "My house is small, outside the shadow of dragons and snakes, in the sound of wind and rain is the real thing." This is only when Yes reading place in his spare time, not a place to deal with college affairs. Normally when you would not be here to entertain guests. Fortunately, there is finally an extra chair in the study, but there is also a large stack of books. You didn't have the awareness of hospitality. Wang Zai had to do it himself. After removing the little book mountain, sitting on a chair, the dusty deputy mountain leader exhaled, "This road is easy to walk, and I am exhausted." Wen Yu knows why Wang Zai did not take the ferry. Although Wuxi Academy is on the south side of a continent, many things, the boundary is not obvious, and the Confucian Academy is not the top of the fairy family, so there is no suspicion of grabbing territory. When you ridiculed, Brother Mingqi, the previous Confucian temple discussion was a big show, and I am envious of it. Wang Zai, the word Mingqi. Wang Zai smiled and said, "If it's you, I wouldn't dare to go to the shop to drink." In the Great Wall of Jinchi, Wang Zai actually often went to the Summer Palace, but at that time the hidden officer was still Xiao Sun. In addition to the two sword immortals, Luo Shan and Zhuan, he often saw Pang Yuanji. Because Wang Zai has not only been to the Great Wall of Jinchi, but also coincided with the meeting, he has also become the only scholar in the academy who has left a card for nothing. The pros and cons are both positive and negative, except for one sentence: be generous with others, be strict with yourself, persuade others with reason, restrain yourself with morality, the world is peaceful, there is really nothing wrong. There is also a line in small letters temporarily added after Wang Zai: being benevolence is for oneself, one is benevolent, and benevolence is for oneself. I hope that those who have this heart will have no sorrow in everything. It's not how well Wang Zai wrote, but in the eyes of Shuigong Academy and Haoren Zongmin, the existence of Wang Zai's innocent card is too special. Is an isolated case. Two adjacent innocent cards, Wang Zai remembered clearly. One of them is the words from the bottom of the heart of a sword immortal Jin Zhezhou, "Never deceive the second treasurer, the wine is unparalleled by Qin Pingan." The other piece, Wen Sheng, is in the same line, not shallow, and has a thicker skin. The second shopkeeper will come to Lu Zhezhou in the future, "Please drink a real good wine." It is estimated that this person was in the same situation as Wang Zai at the time, and he was a Haoren sword repairman who would leave the Great Wall of Jinchi and return to his hometown soon. Wang Zai was a little startled, his face was sad, and Wen Yu didn't bother him. When Wang Zai recovered, he smiled again. In fact, Wang Zai, the only talented person, wanted to say something. Did you think that those innocent cards were written for outsiders? It's all those sword repairers talking to themselves. Are all last words. It was just the words that came to his lips, and Wang Zai still swallowed his stomach. Even if Wen Yu is the best friend, Wang Zai is reluctant to talk about it, but just smiled and said, "You don't know, I wrote the innocence card cheeky at the time. How much ridicule I received. Someone at the liquor store called me it's the sage of Qinglu and Lord Gentleman. They also asked me on the spot if I was poisoned in the wine. Some people advised me not to cheat the second shopkeeper. They said that the second shopkeeper's character is no longer good, and this kind of thing is still impossible to do." Of course, it was mistaken for Chen Pingan's wine holder. "These are nothing. Do you know the most uncomfortable sentence? What is it?" Wang Zai laughed at himself. There is an old Jinxiu squatting on the side of the road, in the Yuaning state. He shook his wine bowl and said to me, mostly a scholar with a little conscience left. The complicated mood that was just suppressed, Wang Zai felt a little heavy because of his own words. Our college, from beginning to end, is outsiders. Has never even been regarded as an ally by Jinchi Great Wall. There are only 2 scholars, which is an exception. So there is the saying, a liang from a distance, but a hidden official from a closer look. Is cursing. Yes and not. I don't really think of myself as a person. How arrogant and conceited is the sword repair of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, how arrogant and reasonable. Will waste saliva swearing. They will not talk nonsense with Brother Howren at all, just ask the sword. When you just listened quietly to the words of his friends. Wang Zai saw the very familiar bamboo tube on the table and was about to grab it. Wen Yu quickly reached out to hold the bamboo tube and warned, "Don't disturb the afternoon nap." It turns out that inside this green bamboo tube, there is an extremely rare black monkey, just as big as a fist. It can really study ink for the master, and it naturally prefers to feed on ink, so there is no need to clean the inkstone. The last Confucian sage to sit on the Great Wall of Sword Qi was named Yilalian. He and Wen Yu are both teachers and friends, but they are not strictly disciples. The ink monkey in the bamboo tube, and the original copybook on the wall, were gifted to Wen Yu by Yilalian before leaving Howren World. Wang Zai casually picked up a book next to him, shook his head and said, "Don't bend the corners when I have told you how many times www. Until novel. Calm." When Yu smiled and joked, "I read the book for myself. What kind of seal is a collection stamp, and what kind of children and grandchildren Sun Yongbao use? I don't have the sourness of a family like you. Only talk about the origin of the 2, it is indeed a difference between the 2. But the 2 classmates never shy away from talking about this. Wang Zai turned to a page, picked up the book, pointed to the seal above, and when he looked at the handwriting, he knew that it was Wen Yu who had engraved the book seal himself. What is this? The 8-character base, there are roads in the mountains and books, and the sea is high in the sky. Wen Yu glanced around and smiled. I didn't say that I don't have a personal seal. I just said that on my own side, I don't want to use my sons and grandchildren Yongbao. Far inferior to the daily behavior of the elders. Wang Zai asked, "Where shall I give you the seal?" Wen Yu smiled and said, "I'm not here, I'm lying on the desk where I'm dealing with official duties. Anyway, Brother Minky's cheeky, help me begged for me, how can I be negligent?" Before leaving the Great Wall of Jinchi, Wang Zai once asked for a seal with Qin Pingan for a classmate friend. Because one of the seals of the 100 Swords Immortal Book of the 100 Swords compiled by Qin Pingan, the base of the seal is, the day resembles the rain and the moon resembles the night. It happened that Wang Zai's friend had the word Yu in his name. And this person is Wen Yu, who is sitting opposite Wang Zai at this moment. Because Wang Zai took the initiative to speak and asked if he could add the content, Chen Pingan made a special trip to add side stamps and signatures to the seal that year. In fact, the seal of the square seal was too literal, and I had eaten ashes in Yanzhua's silk and satin shop for many days, so Chen Pingan, which was a trivial matter to say hello to Fatty Yen, was sent to the wine shop. It's just that Xiao Sun hadn't betrayed the Great Wall of Jianqi at that time, and Chen Pingan was not a hermit, and his signature was simply Chen Pingan. Although it is just a favor, it is very likely that he will never meet that Wen Yu for the rest of his life. But either he didn't agree, as long as he agreed, Chen Pingan didn't have the slightest perfunctory matter. The content of the side paragraph was engraved with more than 800 words of scripture in extremely small letters. Only the two imprints of Bai Jiangxian and Jianxian, neither of which recorded the content of the side paragraph. That's good, otherwise Wen Yu will panic. After all, unlike his friend Wang Zai, he has never been to the Great Wall of Jianqi. Wang Zai put back the book, took out a seal from his sleeve, gently placed it on the table, and smiled. I gave it to you for reluctance. It can barely be regarded as a gift is the 300 frost-falling orange persimmons, at the place where Na Yilaolian once looked through the imprint. When you thanked him, I was too poor in my pocket, but I didn't respond. Wang Zai waved his hand and sighed. Now the entire Tonggishao is the fish on the cutting board. There are dragons everywhere, and one day, the snake will be unbearable, and there will be continuous disputes over and under. Then take advantage of that day, and set up the rules early. When you said indifferently, the truth of the academy does not need to be repeated repeatedly. It is enough to say it once. Wang Zai smiled and said, you should go to our Wuxi Academy as the deputy head of the mountain. Wen Yu shook his head and said, you are more suitable for Wuxi Academy, just as I am more suitable for staying in Tianmu Academy. Wang Zai wanted to say something but stopped. Knew that this guy would never give gifts for nothing. Wen Yu helplessly said, okay, within the rules, I will definitely help as long as I can. Besides, in the future, whoever will help will have to say two things. Wang Zai laughed and said, I am a person who is more affectionate and righteous than someone. I can't help on the face of it, but I also look for opportunities to help a group secretly. Wen Yu bluntly said, neither I have met Chen Pingan, so why talk about love? Wang Zai threatened, Wen Yu, the ugly words are at the forefront. If you, the deputy head of Tianmu Academy, are not at all humane, then the relationship between the two of us will be weakened. Wen Yu said with a stern face, gentlemen's friends are as pale as water. Why would Wang Zai not know this friend and pretend to himself? Wen Yu asked, you already know what happened to Xiao Longqiu, right? Wang Zai nodded and said, it is the Academy residence newspaper I got on the road when I came here. Wen Yu smiled and said, if he doesn't make a move, I'll talk to the dragon immortal monarch. I have to say that this hand draw is indeed extremely beautiful and very pleasing. Wang Zai got up and said, I have something to ask, I need to find Chang Fan Shanchang. Wen Yu waved his hand and said, remember, don't go hand in hand. Being a book thief is nothing more than reading a book. Wang Zai smiled and left, with his hands folded to show his innocence, and then walked out of the study along the rugged mountain road. When he reached the door, Wen Yu craned his neck and suddenly shouted angrily, Wang Zai. Wang Zai had to go back the same way, put a book back to its original position. Wen Yu stood up directly, stared, there are two more. Wang Zai took out two books from his sleeve and said with a smile, they are all the deputy heads of the college, so stingy. Wen Yuqi smiled and said, I'm at the Jianqi Great Wall instead, and it doesn't cost money to keep drinking. It's impossible. Wang Zai leaned at the door and said, but if you go to the Great Wall of Jianqi, you might be the third treasurer of the liquor store. Wen Yu was noncommittal and curiously asked, you are so familiar, so Chen Pingon didn't give you a personal seal? Wang Zai smiled and said, guess. Leave in big strides. Looking up at the sky, the sun is shining brightly, and a scholar who thinks he has not done anything in the Great Wall of Jinchi, said loudly, the road is muddy, people are frustrated, heroes and thieves do not contain books. The real celebrities are not romantic, and Dashi Lei falls into the sky. It turned out to be a gentleman. Moxiandu, the shopkeeper's name is U-Mountain, and the road number is also -Mountain. At the door of his shop, the young and handsome U-Mountain, fishing in the river and playing luminous shade. The storm is set in the evening, with 2 new moons going up and down. I saw a young female crown with a sword back. She was really beautiful. I only felt that the woman I liked most would be ranked second from tonight. Unexpectedly, when the female crown approached, she said straightforwardly, my name is Huang Ting. I heard that you are willing to go to Taiping Mountain to practice. There was a guest wearing a hat and drape, and he did say such a thing. Just waited until Huang Ting came to the front, U-Mountain became a little shy. Seeing that he hesitated, Huang Ting felt a little embarrassed, so he said, don't force it. She pressed her words and asked Yu Jin to leave. Yu Angshan quickly lost her fishing rod and said decisively, go. Why not go? Huang Ting stood in place. In -Mountain, he had to stop and was puzzled. Is this to explain some Shantao Gate rules? Huang Ting pointed to the shop with the open door, no matter what. Waving a big hand at -Mountain, all are foreign objects. Huang Ting sighed. How did he feel that he had found an uncle who would only spend money but not make money? Lost on the mountain. Although Cui Dongshan has settled with a certain painting sage in China, Zhu Lian has nothing to do anyway, so he holds a brush in each hand, opens the bow on the left and right, and draws the pen at the same time, and is painting a picture of a figure. It is meticulously traced with meticulous brushwork, and the characters in the painting are very detailed. Qing Shan back sword. Especially a pair of eyes, extremely expressive. Zhu Lian smiled and said, is it okay? A little lotus man, who was lying next to the painting table, nodded vigorously, probably because he felt that he was not sincere enough, sat up and clapped vigorously. In the lotus-blessed land, the fox country Peixiang found the water dragon. Peixiang frowned slightly, with a sad expression on his face. This time the next celebration, we were not invited. Did the mountain master have some opinions? Take the opportunity to hit us. Establishing the next clan, what a big thing. Shi and Hong Xia, although their realm is not high, they are somehow members of Shangzong Zeshitang. Hong's thoughts are not as much as the master of the fox country, and he whispered, it must be the owner of the mountain that has his own consideration. A mirror flower on the Tonggishao mountain. Where did Jiang Thief go to touch chicken manure? I miss my true monarch a little bit. It didn't happen that the real monarch scolded Jiang Zhe, but it didn't make any difference. I heard that there was a young sword fairy from Aquarius, who turned out to be a hermit. What kind of official is a hidden official? Where did you become an official? It is the biggest official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm a good boy. If Jiang Go meets this person, wouldn't he have to fight for his life and move forward? It's not a group of people, I definitely can't go together. You can't just scold Jiang Shangjin as a person, more or less, you still need to understand a little bit of the world. Beside the cliffs of the mountains and seas, when the rain was torrential, a little girl with the nickname Flower was standing alone by the sea with an umbrella, looking out to the vast expanse of the sea. The little girl squatted down, like hiding in a paper umbrella, staring into the distance. I heard a truth from Sister Feitsue. I especially like it without saying it, just like a silent whale landing. The little girl actually doesn't understand, but she sounds a little sad. On the wind and kite ferry, millet grains, chai wu. Bai Xian, Sun Chun Wang. These four people are not only very familiar, but they also seem to have a tacit understanding. When they are free, they gather a bunch and come to the right guard's room to meet. Chai Wu's drinks are now under the control of the right guardian. Just like King Sun Chen, although in Bai Xian's opinion, she is still such a dead fish-eyed girl, she doesn't like to drink, and she doesn't know how to drink tea, but after practicing swordsmanship, she always comes to Chai Wu to sit down, but in fact, I was seated, and I never dared to talk about Chai Wu. Unless the right guardian was present, blind fisheye would nibble on melon seeds, and there would be a little movement, otherwise he would be silly, sitting there, motionless, like a ghost, comparing pressure. The little dumb at the old shop talked less. Today is the gathering of four people again to discuss the great cause. Accidentally talked about the meaningless practice, Bai Xian began to use the elder's tone to teach Chai Wu, who is the lowest realm at the moment. Chai Wu drank a big sip of wine, and for his own reason, Mr. Xiaomo and Sect Master Cui told me not to worry about breaking the border. With pity in his eyes, Bai Xian sipped a sip of wolfberry tea, and said, "Vegetation, this is the two of them comforting you. You really believe that, besides Lu Jin, there are actually different names? What are they called, don't you know?" Helped Chai Wu get a nickname. "Plants, there is that, let Chai Wu pick one by himself." Chai Wu wondered, "What?" Bai Xian rolled his eyes, "Don't hurry up and ask our right guardian for advice." Millet Grain scratched his face, and whispered, "It seems to be called remaining in a human environment." Bai Xian immediately gave a thumbs up to the right guardian, very knowledgeable. The Millet Grains forced a smiley face, but in fact, there is no happiness. This kind of exaggeration is too fake. Chai Wu picked up the wine bowl and took a sip of wine. "Don't worry." After the meeting, the Millet Grains began to patrol the mountains and watch the night, on the ferry. While there was no one around, the right guardian stole a little lazy, put down the golden pole and green bamboo stick, stood one by one, fell into dantian, closed his eyes, thought for a while, and then slowly fisted, yelling to himself said, "Pinch a needle, swipe a large fist, throw a fist like an arrow, close a fist like a sword." This is a set of peerless boxing techniques that Pei Qian secretly taught himself after the crazy sword technique. Pei Qian said, besides her master, there are two kinds of boxing techniques in the world, which are also old and domineering. One is the self-taught Wangbaquan, and the other is the Tianqiao faction. Xiaomi Li asked Pei Qian, "What is called Tianqiao Pai?" Pei Qian only said that it is a famous big gang of rivers and lakes, who can make money with punches. A large amount of copper money, just like rain, goes to his own bowl. "Come here." Miyu lay on the railing side upstairs, secretly watching the Millet Grains practice boxing there. Wait until the girl in black stopped her fists and stood still, took a deep breath, and again carried the golden pole on her shoulders and held the green bamboo stick, swinging around the ferry again and again. Miyu smiled softly, then yelled softly, "Millet Grains, Mani." Xiaomi Li turned his head and looked upstairs, haha smiled and said, "I can't sleep and wander around." Miyu tipped his toes, supported on the railing with one hand, floating on the side of the deck, hugged the back of his head with both hands, and wandered with the Millet Grains. Xiaomi Li raised his head and asked, "Mi de Jian Xian, do you miss home?" Miyu shook his head and smiled, "Nothing. The only people who can call me you a big sword fairy without getting angry are the hidden officials and Millet Grains." The little girl in black raised the trekking pole, scratched her head with her fist, apologized, and whispered, "I made you sleepless. When I walk at night, I will walk lighter." Miyu is almost ready to hear her, she only hates that Xiaomi is not her daughter. She squinted and shook her head and said, "How is it possible? The right guardian just strode." Xiaomi Lian let out a hey. Miyu remembered something that Bai Xian had talked about, and asked with a smile, "I heard that the right guardian is invincible with people guessing boxing." Xiaomili smiled awkwardly. What is it? Frinkled two sparse and yellowish little eyebrows. The right guard is a little confused, who is so well informed, even know this. In fact, it is the uncle Bai Xian, who accidentally saw the millet patrolling the mountain to the stream of Luopa Mountain, squatting by the river, grabbing the rocks, catching a crab, playing boxing. After winning, the little girl in black jumped and continued to patrol the mountain, not forgetting to say to herself, alas, sorrow, today is another big victory. Looking at Bai Xian to laugh, he almost rolled around on the floor, finally clutching his stomach, and forcibly resisted not laughing. Miyu also talked about loyalty, and did not betray the Bai Xian who accidentally leaked his mouth. After all, this guy is already miserable enough. The hermit is already waiting for Bai Xian on Xiandu Mountain. If he adds such an account. More money. Miyu smiled and said, if you don't guess the boxing, then guess the riddle. Oh, open. Xiaomi Li's eyes lit up. This is his own unique skill. Yumi, guess what, who is often lost and can't find home. What? Ha, it's an elk. That's it. Who would often slip and fall when patrolling the mountains? Let me think about it. Forget it, I can't think of it. It's a fox. Mi de Jianxian, forget it today, don't guess, I'm going to leave those riddles at the bottom of the box, and I will ask the good man, the mountain lord, to be smarter than you, he always thinks about it. When I think about it, I can figure out the answer. After all, he is the hidden officer. The good guy mountain lord occasionally thinks that it is not enough, but you have to think twice or 3 times. The riddle of the right guardian is so powerful. Actually, I know that the good man mountain master deliberately thought about it a little bit or two, but the good man mountain master doesn't know about it yet. Okay, I will help keep it secret. Aquarius Island. As a report about the landscape of the divine island in the Middle Earth, it spreads to Bay of Pingzu. Up and down the mountains and rivers of the whole continent are shaking. It turns out that in Aquarius Island, we have big horses, embroidered tigers, and hidden officials. A child of the Su family who returned to his hometown, and a few classmates who had just known each other for a short time, went out on a negative study tour together. The journey was not far, only in the state. In addition to walking through the official roads of counties, they will also travel through mountains and rivers, explore the secluded visits, copy the inscriptions, and pass the temples of the city gods and the gods of the mountains and rivers along the way. The young man surnamed Su did not know that those landscape gods would quietly show up, secretly escorting a mountain and water journey, until they reached the border of the jurisdiction before returning to their temples. And this young man was always kept in the dark, not knowing that there were 2 lanterns hanging behind him, each with a signature. One is Luopashan Chin Pin Gon. One is a hidden official. Therefore, behind this Su clan's child, there will be a slim-looking swordsman in a blue shirt, with a pair of golden eyes, but with his eyes closed for a long time, with a sword behind him. Like a supreme god, silently sheltering the young. Xiandu Mountain, Qingping Jianzong. Wearing a blue shirt, he left the small cave and came to the star peak of Linmiao Mountain, where his disciple Chao Qingqing retreats. In the cave sky temporarily used as the dojo, outside the top floor of the Jiangke Immortal Mansion, there are 3 golden rain curtains hung, and each rain line is made up of a text of the 3 religions classics. After Chen Pingon confirmed that there was indeed no problem with the spiritual flow of the entire premium mountain, he was a little relieved, but he still did not leave. He stopped under an ancient pine outside the secret mansion gate. Saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new, another spring will come, never returning to the young boy. Note 1, from readers. Sort of Coming Chapter 908. A couple of young men and women on the southeastern coast of Ao Ping Chao, strolled through a racking shop in a county seat, and then came to the wine shop next door, and picked a table against the wall. The man ordered a caddy of Mao Chai wine and some side dishes with wine, the woman an extra plate of salted plum breast. The man looked up at the poems written on the wall of the village middle school. The woman glanced, twisted a sour plum, and chewed it. It was sour. The man took out a book from the bookcase and put it on the table, while serving a bowl of alcohol, while flipping through a book on physiognomy. He likes to read miscellaneous books, and even the art of wind horn, bird occupying, and loneliness is involved in daily life. The good name is that there are more arts and no pressure, when you go out, one more craft, one more job. A woman's eyebrows are winding like a spring mountain. She seemed to be worried, frowning, and couldn't help but ask in her heart, "Yulu, do you think I can refuse his request?" Someone sent her a letter before saying that she was planning to take her as a registered disciple. It's not the kind of protégé who enters the house, and it's okay to change the house or stand on her own when she enters the upper 5 realms in the future, but the other party is more so. She was so talkative, the more she felt lost in her heart. In fact, she was bullied by that unpredictable guy on the way to study. Yulu said, "I think it's actually a good thing. This is something that is destined to be irresistible, and it is useless to think more." It's just that Yulu didn't say this sentence, less thank you for hearing it more and more worrying. After all, the sender is Cui Dongshan. Thank you angrily, do you think? Then why don't you become his registered disciple? Yulu smiled and put it down. As a pure martial artist himself, what can Cui Dongshan teach? Besides, he has such a relationship with Qin Pingan, Cui Dongshan really dare not take advantage of him. Thank you for knowing that I was so irritated, and it didn't make sense to provoke my anger, so I raised the wine bowl, as a plea for it. Yulu patiently explained, now that your status has changed, Cui Dongshan will soon become the lord of the sect. After getting along with you, he will converge a lot. Moreover, Cui Dongshan has a high realm and many magic weapons. Aside from the strange temper, he will be the one. Preacher, right for any earth fairy, it is a good thing to dream of. Thank you for still worrying. General, ordinary, reasonably, these statements, resting on the big white goose, have never worked. Thank you for holding back your smile and looking serious. If you can't save your face, it's okay. When you turn back to Xiande Mountain, you'll find a chance to say hello to Qin Pingan privately. You can't trust Cui Dongshan. I can always trust Qin Pingan, right? It is estimated that I don't need to say anything. Qin Pingan will help you say something serious in Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan is lawless and dare not listen to his husband's lessons. Thank you for a little peace of mind, and sighed, I hope so. She sincerely envied Yulu, and even dared to call the big white goose by name. She couldn't do it. At first I thought that Cui Dongshan served as the next sect lord, each on one continent, far away, so after receiving that letter, let me thank you for all these days of fear and delay in practice, always unable to concentrate. When a group of people traveled far to the Sui Mountain Cliff Academy, Yulu quickly became a golden martial artist, but after so many years, it was still an eclosion realm that covered the earth and traveled far away. No matter how great Yulu is, no matter how hard he is to win or lose, he will feel a little guilty. After all, for 30 years, Yulu's martial arts realm has only risen by one level. Yulu's basic aptitude and martial arts talent are actually excellent. This is the sequelae of the pure martial arts shortcut, making it extremely difficult to break the bottleneck of Yulu's far travel. On the other hand, thank you. Later, Cui Dongshan pulled out all the trapped dragon nails. The practice of thank you was smooth sailing. Now it is a golden elixir with loose bottleneck. One is the fallen prince of the Liu dynasty, and the other is the fairy mansion, the leader of the mountain in the Liu dynasty, and the proud daughter of heaven who has high hopes. Over the years, Yu Lu and Thank You, these two fellow villagers and classmates, seem to have been traveling together. It's hard to say that they are inseparable, but they can be regarded as getting along day and night. It's just that the two sides didn't give birth to any love between men and women. Thank you for asking. I acted impulsively in the past. Would I regret it? Of course I would regret it, so I didn't have the confidence to ask Chen Pingon about it. Can I not be angry if I replaced it with you? I'm just kind of forgiving and I don't like it. If you're horny, or you won't just regret it, you'll have to regret your intestines, and you will definitely be stunned every day. Maybe he's an alcoholic now. Yu Lu took a sip of wine, opened a page of the book, and said with a smile, "It's just regrets and regrets. You still have to do what you should do. Even if you start over, it's the same choice. You will be angry and regret it. Thank you for being a survivor of a prisoner in her early years. The person she hates most is not even the dolly woman or Cui Dongshan who took her as a maid, but the crown prince who has no pain of subjugation, and can even be said to be hate. Therefore, from the ancestral house of the Yuan family in Erlang Lane, to the Great Sui dynasty all the way, thank you for hating the prince who has a loose temperament and an indifferent look on the face of the sky." Until the De Sui Mountain Cliff Academy, because of Li Huai's turmoil, Yu Lu did not hesitate to rely on a country's remnant martial arts and some secret method to get into the Golden State, and beat the young sage out of the academy. The best choice is for Yu Lu to use his own ability to steadily enter the Golden State and the far-traveling realm, the 8th realm to the 9th realm, or when he sprints from the top of the mountain, when the big bottleneck of a certain day is difficult to break, he will use that share. Martial operation is a stepping stone, a ladder, and more go up one floor. Thank you for that. I have improved my impression of Lu. Although I am heartless, I still have a little responsibility, and it is not useless. Just waited until Yu Lu was not doing business in the academy every day, just fishing by the lake, and mixing well with the great Sui Prince Gao Xian. Thank you for starting to bother him again. Today Yu Lu still likes fishing, but all the fish will be released. On the banks of the big river, and thank you, I often meet some people in the same way. Even if he does not hold a pole, he can squat aside and watch for a long time, claiming to be fishing. People like to watch people are fishing. Yu Lu smiled and said, "Speaking of which, the foundation of the far-reaching environment that I have worked so hard for more than 10 years is not too bad. Thanks for squinting and smiling. Don't say you are safer than Chao Ci Chin, how about by Pei Qian?" Yu Lu helplessly said, "It's better to compare me with Chen Pingon. How many times did Pei Qian win the martial arts as the strongest in a certain realm? It's really an unimaginable thing. The weird little tired lazy guy back then really knew how to learn boxing, and it was so good. Thank you for asking for no reason. I haven't thought about finding a way to go up the mountain to practice. I heard that there is a Pushun Yunkatang in Tonggishao. There is a unique secret method that can allow the martial artist to practice immortality. You can try your luck." Okay, anyway, we've been shopping around these years after passing the entire Aquarius Island. It is enough to travel to Tongya Island. Yu Lu laughed dumbly, was silent for a moment, and shook his head. I never thought about being a god. In the back room of the wine shop, someone lifted the green bamboo curtain gently and put it down again. Thank you for glancing diagonally. It turned out that it was a young girl standing behind the curtain, staring affectionately at someone. Yo, the action is not light. Why didn't the little girl just tore off the whole bamboo curtain, so Yu Lu could hear it more realistically? Thank you for asking. When are you going to visit Miss Mao and Fairy Mu? The two sides met at an ancient battlefield site, and a Xianjia ferry crossing, and met two extremely brilliant young women due to fate. Thank you for not being blind. I can see that the two of them fell in love with Lu at first sight. Yu Lu smiled and said, "It's just a perfunctory polite remark. It's like getting together again when I have time." Next time I'll check out. Do you want to add 2 more dishes? Whoever listens to it is really stupid. Listening to you lose words is funny, thank you for laughing. Among his classmates in previous years, Lin Shui was a wise man in the academy and once served as a gift to the Chidu temple. Even Li Huai is a wise man. Now, Li Baoping, who is studying at a certain academy in Shenzhou, is already 2 gentlemen who have been tested by Zhugang Jiju in person, and they are female masters who are able to preach to Confucian scholars in the academy. It's just that in the history of Haoran, there has never been a precedent for a woman to serve as the head of the 72nd Academy, or to learn from the palace. Yulu closed the book and asked, when shall we go to Jiangzhou? Today's Dalijiangsu is the location of thank you for the martial arts. Because the master, who thanked him, resolutely rejected the surrender of the Dali court, which led to the collapse of the school. Thank you for your pale face. Yulu whispered, if you don't go, you can't make it. Thank you for lowering your head, biting your lip, and finally shaking your head. Yulu smiled and said, then don't worry. Yulu is good at this, as if he can do anything at will. Thank you for a sigh of relief and nodding, I will definitely go. It was like a promise to Lu, and it seemed to cheer myself up. Yulu gathered the sound and said, are you not curious about the letter Cui Dongshan sent me? Or have you guessed the content? Thanks for being silent. Yulu exuded a sad look, muttering to himself, continuing the country in a foreign country, can it really be regarded as rejuvenation? Thank you for drinking all the wine in the bowl, and said with a cheerful expression, forget it, why doesn't it count? When you arrive at Tonggishao, choose a place. It doesn't matter if the site is not big. First, carefully plan for 10 or 20 years. When I enter the nascent soul realm, you will become the emperor and I will be the country. Division. Hsinchu Prefecture, Huaihuang County. Li Huai led the gentleman through the street and across the alley, and found Dong Shuijing who had arranged to meet here at an opening in a narrow and secluded alley. Dong Shuijing made a special trip back to his hometown to meet Li Huai. Li Huai joked, it won't delay Dong Bancheng's making big money, right? Dong Shuijing smiled and said, you don't need to stare at the account books, and you can make money if you don't plan the transaction personally. Dong Shuijing led Li Huai to his ancestral home, cooked 3 bowls of wontons and served them to the table. In the yard, next to a well, a willow tree was planted. Li Huai only pretended that he hadn't seen anything, and only hated that he had only one sister. Taoist Nen saw through Dong Shuijing's realm at a glance. It is not surprising that in this old Lizhu cave heaven and earth realm, a young nascent infant realm, not an ascending realm, is there any fuss? It's a strange thing for my son's friend to have no ability. If you meet an old Yuanying monk who has lived for hundreds of years on the road, it is estimated that Taoist Nen will be shocked. How to practice, waste. Maybe you have to ask in person, old boy, are you worthy of this precious place of geomantic omen in your hometown? Dong Shuijing seemed to perceive the thoughts of the yellow-clothed old man, and smiled, it's just the realm of piled-up money that made Senior Tao Ting laugh. The Taoist Nen is not surprised that the other party knows his old identity, and money can make ghosts push him. Dong Bancheng in Ao Ping Zhou has a rich family background that should not be underestimated. Taoist Nen smiled heartily, no matter how the state came from, the state is the state. In this vast world, who would dare to laugh at the Lu Kaishan of Ai Zhou? Putting it on Xiao Dong, the same truth. When it comes to Xiao Dong, Taoist Nen sighs. I think back then, he also chased a Xiao Dong, who passed by 100,000 mountains. When Li Huai slapped the table, Taoist Nen shut up immediately, dared to say something wrong. Li Huai gave a thumbs up, well, delicious. 2 more bowls. It can be seen that Dong Shuijing often came to the ancestral house. When Li Huai had eaten another bowl of wontons, Dong Shuijing had set up a brazier, squatting on the side, and simmering taro-roasted rice dumplings. Pulling off the thread and peeling the zong leaves, a zongzi in Dong Shuijing's hand was roasted into golden color. Seeing that Li Huai was hungry again, he grabbed the zongzi and gave half of it to the Taoist tender. Dong Shuijing had to peel off another zongzi, and the three of them sat around the stove. Dong Shuijing whispered, "The husband of Croak braids, Bien Wenmao has just taken up the post of the academician in our state, but he has not been promoted. It is regarded as being released from outside the capital. The place is gilded, but Shuijing, a new and noble post created by the Dali court for a few years, can't be found by ordinary people. Usually, he is the old official of the 6 branches of Beijing from the Imperial Academy. He is hopeless for promotion." Before returning to his hometown, His Majesty deliberately gave these civil officials a special honor. The academic politics itself has no rank, just like the Ling and Qing states on the side of the city under the jurisdiction of the capital, which are divided by an old servant of the Ministry of Industry and Hong Kong. He served as the secretary of the temple. Now Bien Wenmao's official is Guanglu Temple Qing, and his tenure expires after 4 years of studying in the prefecture. When he returns to the capital, he should serve as the Shaoqing of Guanglu Temple. It is unlikely that he will take charge of Guanglu Temple in the future. Larger, more or less to go to the 6 yamen, or to go outside again to accompany the capital, tired all the way to a certain position, and finally got a ranking. After the bachelor's title, there is hope that he will get a good posthumous title in the future, and even if he shares the temple, Bien Wenmao himself does not dare to think about it. Li Huai gnawed at the rice dumplings, with a dazed expression, huh? The Taoist Nen was full of emotion. Xiao Dong Shushu talked about it for a long time, and his son only needs to answer one word concisely. Dong Shuijing smiled and said, "You are a sage in the academy. According to the new regulations of the Confucian Temple, you will inevitably have to deal with the Dali court in the future. These seemingly tedious and boring official affairs will be exposed sooner or later. Nowadays, the officialdom of Dei is frequently mobilized. From the capital to the local area, the post roads are busy. Only the top leaders of the states, counties in the Hsinchu prefecture have almost all changed faces. Wu Yuan, serving as the provincial governor, left his post in Huaiwang County Magistrate sadly that year, and killed a proud and beautiful back carbine. And that Huang Tinghua civil servant who took office as Longzhou Governor Wei Li, now went to Dali to accompany the capital to succeed the ceremonial book. Prior to this, Chao Gingxin, the chief officer of the Kiln Affairs Supervision and Construction Office, was transferred from Longzhou supervisor to the right assistant of the Ministry of Industry of the companion capital, and then promoted to the official assistant of Dali capital, and was able to rank in the center. Yuan Jingding was promoted to the governor of Hongzhou, a neighbor in the north. Jing Quan, the new prefect of Baoshi County of Chuzhou, was once the middleman of the Qing Lizi from the Ministry of Households in the capital, and was in charge of the money bags of Hongzhou and the 3 inner states. But in fact, many times, Dong Shuijing, a hidden Mahist credit knife man, would envy Li Huai's kind of drifting with the crowd, or just going with the situation. Li Huai said with a guilty conscience, "I know that our classmate, Xiao Yao, is now serving as Dali's criminal minister. There are also former parents, Guan Lao Xian Zun, Wu Yuan is now back here as the governor of Axayan Chuzhou. There is another Chao Duzhao who likes to drink but doesn't like a bit of alcohol. A few years ago, it seemed that he was transferred to the bureau of the capital to become a high official." Dong Shuijing smiled and asked, "What more?" Li Huai sighed, "It's gone. Taoist Nen began to fight against the injustice. Why do you have to stick to these common affairs under the mountain with the government?" Li Huai shook his head, "We are different from Dali." Regardless of how his title of a sage fell from the sky, and how it hit him, since he became a sage, Li Huai was unwilling to do much worse than others. When I was a child, I was on the road to study in the wilderness at night. When Chen Pingan was helping to watch the wind, he once said something in his heart with Li Huai, but now I can't remember it clearly. Li Huai only remembers a general idea, saying that a person was a child when he was a child. It only in the years when there is such a thing as reading, am not afraid that I can't remember the sage principles in those books, am afraid that I'm not willing to do this thing well, so I don't have to go to school in the future, so I can't do it easily. Good next thing. Li Huai said at the time that I was just not suitable for studying. Chen Pingan said that he is not suitable for making porcelain, learning things too slowly, and always unable to keep up with his hands, but as long as he works hard, he will always have a better chance to do the next thing in the future. Taoist Nen immediately changed his words and said, "The son is so humble, so why not worry about it? It's not that Tao Ting is spineless, but that the old blind man is too arrogant." For example, on this trip to protect Li Huai on a long journey, the old blind man gave Tao Ting a word, and whenever my disciple was a little frightened, he would break your 5 legs. Poor Nen Taoist, now I'm afraid that Li Huai will accidentally burn his mouth when drinking tea. A soaring realm is worthy of being a Taoist protector. Not to mention that there will be no one in the future, and it is destined to be unprecedented. Even so, the old blind man seemed to be worried about Li Huai. He was far away in the wild world. I don't know what ancient mystery was used. The old blind man was able to directly enter Li Huai's dream realm, and then drag Tao Ting, the ascending realm, into it casually. The Taoist Nen is like returning to the 100,000 mountains. In this night, the earth shook and thundered. Li Huai got up in a dream and ran out of the hut to take a look. One piece of golden light, dense golden armor, the puppets, clustered together. One of the golden armored puppets higher than the mountain, knelt on one knee at the foot of the mountain, slowly raised the huge head, and gradually became level with the mountain, staring at Li Huai. The old blind man walked slowly to the edge of the cliff, grabbed the arm of the disciple who was grabbed halfway through his life, and together with a ghost symbol, said to Li Huai something that made Tao Ting's eyelids tremble, "They will be yours in the future." Tao Ting took a peek at Li Huai's face carefully, and there was not even the slightest spirit or lofty ambition, only fear in his eyes. "Og! My son is good at everything, but he has no ambition to be a man. If you have the opportunity, you must risk your life to speak up." Og! It turned out that the old blind man stepped on his back, crunching and breaking again. In the end, Li Huai just said, "Can I listen to Chen Pingan's suggestion first?" The old blind man unexpectedly nodded his head and agreed, and helped his disciple adjust his collar. At the same time, he complimented Li Huai in an old-hearted and pleased tone, and followed his master in doing things steadily. The 2 masters and apprentices asked and answered, and heard the tender Taoist who silently put a spine on the ground. He almost didn't stare his dog eyes into the eyes of the old blind man. There was a knock on the door of the house. A visitor came to the door. In order to avoid suspicion, Li Huai had to stand up and say goodbye. Dong Shuijing smiled and said, "You don't have to go, it was made by our Jian supervisor. He wanted to make a contribution to his career. It was a pity that he couldn't do anything. In recent years, he has been bumped, and he has not suffered less." The new kiln affairs supervisor in the prefecture, before he took office, was very energetic. "I only felt that Chao Gingxin, a idle drunkard, could be promoted on the basis of his days. If he goes, he will be a big and small official office. Will be handled in an orderly manner. A kiln supervising and building office, openly and secretly, actually hangs 2 official plaques, so the chief official has 2 official titles at the same time. The Supervision Bureau, together with several weaving bureaus newly built in Dei, and the logging yard set up in Hangzhou, for example, in fact, they are all the eyes and ears of the emperor, and the secret information of the chief officials can reach the sky. As a result, when Jian Fengzhen arrived in Huaihuang County, he bumped into walls everywhere. The big names in the town had complicated relationships, intertwined roots, and extremely huddled together. Taifujiang, the of water, Yanghua, had a high level of landscape and a great backing. The three river gods of embroidery, Chongdan, and Yuya near Hongzhou town, like him, the Chituan mountain Song Yuzhang, plus the city gods of the city's gods at all levels of the prefecture, counties, and counties. Wu Miao. Anyway, no one takes him seriously as a fourth-ranking superintendent. When he arrived, he was full of ambition and waited for half a year, but no one took the initiative to visit the superintendent at night. Okay. If you don't look for me, I will look for you, but I didn't eat too much, even if I got in, there was nothing on both sides. Talkable. Jian Feng had to write a letter to ask a friend in Beijing, the former local county guard, who has now been promoted to the post of Hongzhou Governor Yuan Jingding. When he was a child in Ichi Alley, Beijing, he liked to follow the older Yuan Jingding, studying with peace of mind, and not hearing things outside the window. Yuan Jingding did reply a letter, but it turned out to be a blank piece of letter paper, without a word on the letter. However, after Jian Feng figured out some officialdom, he began to pinch his nose to learn from the former supervisor, watch more, listen more, talk less, go out. Fortunately, there is no limit to the number of years for the post of supervisor. It's just that it's not a problem to be so staring, so as soon as he heard that Dong Banqing had returned to his hometown, Jian Feng immediately visited him. Of course, it was a private visit by WeChat. Seeing the young man in Confucian shirts and the old man in yellow clothes, Jian Feng also said politely, "I recognize Li Huai, a native of the small town, and now a wise man of Shania Academy." As for the kind-looking old man, he was an unfamiliar face, and there was no relevant secret file record on the superintendent's office. Before Jian Feng came, he had been recorded in the book. At the same time, he sent someone to New Jiadu to read Li Huai's office. Take the ferry and stay as usual, the customs clearance record. Dong Shuijing didn't seem to understand the rules of officialdom at all. He didn't let Li Huai and the old man leave the slightly shabby room, and he didn't even mean to move the two of them. If it had just been an office, Jian Feng would have felt unhappy. He would have eaten too much soft nails and closed doors, and had already polished his edges and temperament. Dong Shuijing invited Jian Duzhao to take a seat, and then handed him a zongzi. Jian Feng thanked him, and he patted the dust on the zongzi, and then ate it. This kind of thing does not require Jian Feng to pretend to be approachable. Although it is big, he was born in the Li family, but Jian Feng studied at Chunshan Academy for many years in his early years. During this period, he made a lot of money on the road during several trips. Therefore, Yuan Jingding often joked that he should work in the household department. Just because there were outsiders present today, Jian Feng had to start playing official accents as an opening remarks, chatting with Dong Shuijing about the kiln affairs. After all, now many kiln mouths are no longer official kills, and this Dong Banqing is hiding behind the scenes. Quite a few had almost monopolized the entire wealth of the export of porcelain. Like the Baoshi kiln that had been converted into a private kiln, it was now assigned to a certain puppet merchant supported by Dong Shuijing. Dong Shuijing talked and laughed happily with him, dripping water tightly, and coping appropriately. Li Huai was impressed. Jian Feng was actually mentally prepared to return without success. Before the zongzi in his hand had finished eating, he casually chatted about the preparation of the local school, and Dong Shuijing asked someone to fund it on his behalf. There are some areas that are debatable for building roads and bridges. A lot of money cannot be spent on the blade. These things are beyond the scope of the Kiln Supervision and Construction Bureau. What's more, they are trivial and trivial. Jian Feng is the superintendent. It's really boring to be an official, in my eyes. I feel there are really too many details to be perfected. Since I finally met Dong Banqing today, it was just a few words of nonsense outside the officialdom. Even if it was offensive, it didn't matter. Sure enough, Dong Shuijing was very perfunctory, only to ask later when he was free. Jian Feng knew that 10% was out of play. After leaving the house, walking alone in the back alley, Jian Feng gave a wry smile, and now he is busy again. He deserves to be said secretly that he is the worst superintendent in history. Li Huai stopped talking in the room. Dong Shuijing shook his head and said with a smile, "The muffled sound that hits the wall is conscience." Li Huai asked, "Is it from the book or Chen Pingan?" Dong Shuijing couldn't help laughing. Li Huai smiled and said, "You drop out of school early and study less. You are worse than me." Dong Shuijing hesitated, but he held back for a long time, but still couldn't ask. Li Huai suddenly understood what Dong Shuijing wanted to ask. "If you just choose one of the two, I will definitely choose you as your brother-in-law." Dong Shuijing was skeptical. "I saw Lin Shi, how would you answer the same question?" Li Huai laughed. Dong Shuijing didn't break the casserole anymore and asked to the end. He just turned his head and looked at the willow tree next to the well in the courtyard, soft and weak, and the man's eyes were as gentle as the willow tree. A Qingshui Yamen under the jurisdiction of the Vehicle Driving Department of the Ministry of Defense, located in the post office of the post office in Capsule Hutong, today came two dignitaries from officialdom who have never set foot here. One was from his own family in the Ministry of War, and the other was an official from the Ministry of Rights. Both of them had the official title of a collaborator, and they were both the most powerful Lang officers in the capital of the Dali court. The surnamed Fu Minghu, who is the head of the Good News Office, has a very promising brother named Fu Yu. He entered Beijing from the local area not long ago to report and resigned as the prefect of Baoxi County in Old Longzhou. It's flat. I just took it. One of Ren Ziajiaking's Zhan Xiuan was Xiao Zhanshi, and was in charge of Zhuchunfang. Fu Hu was respectful and scared of this cousin who had a successful career. In addition, Fu Yu was elder Fu Hu for another round, which meant that the eldest brother was the father. Today, after Fu Hu finished his official duties, he was holding a piece of mutton jade with Erlang's legs upright. When he heard the news from the concierge, he was shocked and gave him all the drinks from the Changpu River last night. I woke up in shock, and mistakenly thought that I was on an errand, and made a big mistake. In the early years of the history of the Liu family, there was a case of theft of the seal box in the lobby of the Ministry of War. The involvement was widespread. The emperor was furious. Qing sales melted, causing the entire military department of the Lu's temple to lose a lot of official hats and heads. At that time, the officialdom of the Dali Song family, which was a vassal state of the Liu family, was treated as a joke. Knowing that he was rushing to the old forest, Fu Hu paced twice in the house, stomping his feet, or preparing to break into the Dragon Lake and Tiger Den. Thinking of that old Lin, he has been conscientious over the years, working hard and resenting like an old scalper, getting along with himself, and the relationship is extremely harmonious. He has done everything he does, and he has kept himself safe and does not fight for power. Besides, I'm the top spot in the Good News Office anyway, so I have to protect my brothers in the office. Only when Fu Hu got outside Lin Zhengcheng's office building and saw the two inside, he immediately lost his courage, so that he didn't even notice. When he saw the two uninvited guests, he just sat on the stove. Beside on the chair, he leaned forward and stretched out his hands to keep warm, but he didn't even get up to wait for the guests. The shelf was as big as a 6-book book. We must know that the two people standing in the house, the gray-haired old man, and the burly man who looked imposingly, were the doctor who sacrificed to the Qing clerk at the Libu Shrine, and the doctor who chose the military department of the Ministry of War. These two official positions have always been important candidates for the national teacher Cui Yang to personally delineate, and there is no need for the Ministry of War, the Minister of Etiquette, or the Minister to review and approve. As soon as Lin Jingqing stood up, the leader who moved abruptly after probing his head at the door, has disappeared without a trace. Lin Jingqing had to sit back in the chair and nodded with the two officials. I understand what your majesty meant. I will leave for Yuzhang County logging yard immediately. The old man smiled and said, it was supposed to be the leader of the staff, Shi Lang Chao, who came to the office to inform Mr. Lin in person, but when Shi Lang Chao heard that he was going to see Mr. Lin, he immediately smashed his feet and was busy asking people to find plasters. Chao Gingxin has served as the supervisor of Longzhou kills for many years. Only because of his position, he has the opportunity to have access to a confidential file such as Dolly. In the sky of Lizhu Cave, there was an extremely hidden post status, without officials and no grades. For the Dolly court, it was more important than the Kiln affairs supervisors and officials of the past dynasties. The name is the Horror, which means the gatekeeper. This talent is the true emperor's eyes and ears of the Dolly court, the emperor of the Song family of Dolly, or the true confidant of the national teacher Cui Yun. And the last Dolly who was inserted in the Lizhu cave was Lin Shuyi's father, the former assistant officer of the Supervision Bureau, and now the sesame officer of the Beijing Post News Office, Lin Jingqing. And Chao Gingxin has a bigger guess. In the days of the Lizhu cave, Lin Jingqing is very likely to retain the identity of the gangster in the capital of Lizhu. Once the young mountain lord of Luopishan broke up with the Song clan of Daily one day, the two sides were completely torn apart. This Lin Jingqing was the last flood control dam left by the national teacher Cui Yang to Dei capital. At least it can guarantee that Chen Pingan will not go on a slaughter. Although Chao Gingxin didn't understand why a low-level middle 5 cultivator could do this step, but Chao Gingxin adheres to a purpose anyway, and people who can't afford it, don't contact them at all. Seeing that the two were still stuck on the spot, the man asked, so anxious, urging me to go on the road. The old man laughed dumbly, was silent for a moment, and shook his head and said, don't dare. Since there was no place to sit, the Wu Xian Si Lang had arms around his chest, leaning on the door, and he was hiding something from this guy. I am indeed quite curious. If it were not for this unusual official transfer, he would not have had a chance to learn about Lin Zhengcheng's what a background. In fact, he, the military officer of the Military Election Department of the Ministry of War, is leading the way for this old guy who is standing next to him. In fact, in the officialdom, he has no control over Lin Jingqing, the future head of the Yuzhang County logging house. Hongzhou established a new yamen called the logging yard, which was only in charge of arresting those who hacked huge trees in name. Similar to the Kiln Supervision and Manufacturing Bureau in Chuzhou and the Silk Weaving Bureau in Wuzhou, the ranks of the chief officials are high and low, but they are almost the same. In Hongzhou, which borders on the north of Chuzhou, there is a famous Yuzhang County. In addition to being the ancestral home of the Queen Mother of Daily, it has been rich in towering trees since ancient times, and it is also rumored to be the place where the 12 swords and immortals witnessed the emergence of Taoism in ancient times. So Dolly officialdom element, here comes the humorous saying, de Yuzhang, Xiao Hongzhou. Seeing that the two had no intention to leave, Lin Jingqing smiled and asked, otherwise, they'll be here at this good news office and set a table for the two to entertain them. The old doctor felt helpless. Those of you locals who walked out of Lizhu Cave, except that Dong Shuijing is a little better, in addition, very few words are pleasant to your ears. The reason why staying here is an eyesore is to help your majesty, and to get a bit of unambiguous words from the man in front of you. It sounds funny. His Majesty, as the monarch of a country, can only be circumspect and ask for an exact answer from an official from the 7th grade. But it's not funny at all. What's even more exaggerated is that this man has deliberately played stupid. Lin Jingqing picked up the tongs, fiddled with the charcoal fire lightly, and said to himself, "Someone once said to me a Zen saying, the golden Buddha does not save the furnace, the wooden Buddha does not save the fire, and the clay Buddha does not save the water." The old man nodded and said, "Understood, I will go and reply to your majesty." Two high-ranking doctors left the good news office. When he reached the hood-belt alley outside the door, Mr. Wu Xian Si Lang asked in his heart, "What do you mean?" The old man said, "You and I don't need to understand, your majesty can do it." After hearing that the two lords had left their homes, Fu, who went to Lao Lin's house, hesitated, and crossed the threshold. Seeing that Lao Lin was standing, he stretched out his hand and pressed twice, motioning to both of our brothers to sit down and talk, and asked cautiously, "Lao Lin, what did you chat with, can you talk about it?" Lin Jingqing said, "I am looking for a way out for the relationship, and I will soon go to the logging yard in Yuzhang County, Hangzhou." Fu Hu asked, "Or is it the officer?" The man shook his head and said, "Number one in charge." Fu Hu was stunned, and lowered his voice, "No, if I remember correctly, then the chief officer of the logging house, but the official body of the 6th rank, you are from the 7th rank today." "Lao Lin, whose way did you find, so arrogant, that you can skip half a level directly?" The man laughed and said, "I won't talk about this kind of thing, it's a taboo." Fu Hu laughed and patted the shoulder of the man next to him. "Lao Lin, congratulations, congratulations." "Seriously, if you just moved somewhere and didn't get promoted," Fu Hu laughed and patted the shoulder of the man next to him. "It's still the same, I'm going to scold you a few words, I have to suspect that you dislike me." Bian Duan was uncomfortable. "Since I was promoted, I still skipped the ranks. I didn't say, Changpu tonight, let me have a meal. I'll treat you." The man nodded and said, "Master Fu treats you, I will pay for it." Fu Hu slapped the man's shoulder again. "Yeah, I've missed it these years." Lao Lin turned out to be a good material for officials. After Fu Hu left, the man silently looked at the charcoal fire in the brazier and sighed softly. The sight of the tomb of the couple in Ni Ping Alley. In the past, he stole a trip to the backyard of the Yang family drugstore and found the old man Yang. He broke the rules of the court and made an exception. He was humbled and begged the old man bitterly. There is also the Shaking Mountain boxing book that went round and finally fell into someone's hands. In the other night, secretly took out some privately collected snake gallstones and threw them into the Dragon-Beard River one by one, just like waiting early for a certain straw-shoe boy with a basket to see and pick it up. In fact, there is only so much that can be done. Don't ask for anything, I just hope that one day I'm not an official, I'm not a so-called bullshit. That lonely child grows up to be a teenager year after year, and then he has a family and business. Then there will be Lin Jingqing when he meets him during the holidays. The other party can send from he called himself Uncle Lin from the bottom of his heart, and he should have a clear conscience and deserve this claim. In the winter of this year, the Zushan Jianfang of the Taihui Jianzong received an autograph invitation from the master of Luopashan, Chen Shan, inviting the master Lu Jinglong and his disciple Bai Shou to go to Tonggizhou to participate in the next spring festival. Zong celebration. Said to be the end of winter. Before the celebration, the Fengyuan ferry will travel north across the continent to Jidu, and will be anchored at the ferry near the Chongxian office of the Diyuan dynasty. It is troublesome that Sovereign Lu will move a little bit and board the ship to travel south without any expenses. That wasted money for the cross-continent boat trip up. By the way, I reminded Lu Jinglong in the letter. If you like, you can join hands with the ferry Lu Sui from the water by the mountain to travel south to Xianda Mountain. Lu Jinglong took the invitation and Yu Jian came to Pianran Peak. The white head asked tentatively, "Lu, can we not go?" Bai Shou had just returned from a tour of Yunyan country, and brought a few juniors from other peaks and 6 younger swordsmen to practice in Yunnan country and the surrounding mountains and rivers. After all, today's Whitehead, whether it is genealogical status or the realm of swordsmanship, is considered to be an upright elder and protector of the sect. When a group of young sword repairmen returned to the mountain safely, the Taihuijan Ancestor Masters Hall had a high evaluation of the young Jindan Peak Master of Pian Ranfing, meticulous thought, thorough work, and experienced rivers and lakes. In that country of Yunyan, Bai Shou did not directly meet with 9 realms Wufu Chui Gongzhuang. The chief guest of the Suoyan sect to raise Yunfeng, now he is very honest and has changed his sex. He is about to become a great good man and restrains his disciples and grandchildren. Don't act recklessly. No, however, Chui Gongzhuang would personally clean up the door, making the martial arts reputation soaring. After a hard walk down the mountain, I never thought of going back to Pianran Peak. Bai Shou would hear such a terrible news and good news, and there will be both sorrow and joy for a time. Not long after his brother Chen's Luopashan was promoted to the sect, he kept on running, and went to the southernmost Tonggishao for a second sect. Of course, it was a good thing that could not be better. But the problem is that now Bai Shou, let alone seeing the person face to face, just thinks of her, he will be embarrassed. The last time someone came to Pian Ranfing as a guest, misfortune came from the sky, and he was punched and swayed on the spot. The last time, it was at Pian Ran Peak on his own site. Someone just passed by. After a punch, the master of the dignified peak, the protagonist of the suzerain, lay on the ground and twitched, as if a martial artist was walking away. Last time again, it was at Luopa Mountain. 3 things. If it is true that one can eat a ditch and grow one's wisdom, then today's Whiteheads can be regarded as extremely smart. Bai Shou even privately found an old deity who is proficient in numerology to help figure out whether he and that guy are at odds with each other. At that time, the old was holding the horoscope of Liang Shengchen, confused, and only said that it was nothing, no one would be against anyone, and finally did not forget to say that the master of the mountain, Bai Feng's horoscope is very hard. Lu Jinglong didn't bother to remind Bai Shou that according to Qin Pingan, Pei Qian didn't know his birth date at all, and even his name was fake. Pei Qian took it himself later. It's just this kind of thing, Qin Pingan can tell Lu Jinglong, but Lu Jinglong shouldn't reveal the secret to Bai Shou. Lu Jinglong smiled and asked, "What do you think?" No more than a sect of Jindan opening ceremony, any next celebration in the world can be regarded as a rare event in 1,000 years. In accordance with the customary rules on the mountain, as long as it is not the kind of hostile sect that forges dead enemies, within a continent, even if people are not present, a gift will be given as usual. After all, in Izhou, there is an extra sect head immortal family out of thin air. How can it be a matter of giving a face to Izhou cultivators? The number of martial arts in a continent is straightforward. You can just look at the number of martial arts in the end. In the same way, the depth of the history of a continent often depends on the number of sections. So just like the Phi Ma sect in Skeleton Beach, Beiju Luzhou no longer waited to see this outsider, but when the Phi Ma sect really gained a foothold and officially held the celebration, most of the immortal powers still had to pinch their noses and give them away. Go for a gift, only it's just that the gift is not heavy, and some of them deliberately just gave away a few snowflakes. The rules are the same, courtesy is light and affection is heavy. If Phi Ma Zong thinks that there is little money, it is that they are not generous. Just waited until the real fire dragon on Litafang made an exceptional appearance, came to Myashin, and participated in the celebration. The old real man would rarely give a gift of magic treasure. Some immortal mansions with forgetfulness immediately added a belated gift to them. The old real people who are known for their 2-sleeved breeze have paid out for an unprecedented time, and there is no reason for others not to spend money or give gifts. Otherwise, it is easy to be missed by the old real people. Bai Shou still didn't give up, saying, just send the gift. Chen Pingan will definitely not mind it. If it doesn't work, I won't go. When you see Chen Pingan when you look back, you will say that I will retreat soon. Lu Jinglong smiled and said, as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke Pei Qian, she will not compete with you for no reason. Seeing the white head still hesitating, Lu Jinglong didn't want to embarrass the disciple, and said empathetically, if you really don't want to go, just practice your sword at Pianran Peak. I will help explain Chen Pingan on the other side of Chen Pingan. In addition to the post, Chen Pingan also sent a secret letter to Lu Jinglong. In the letter, there was a female formation master named Han Zhoujin in the capital city of Dali. A member of the earthly branch monks, there is also a hidden identity. He is the guest of the Yan family in Dali Zizhao. Han Zhoujin has a blessing from the Xianfu ruins. It has a long history, and her Fulua accomplishments are quite good, so Lu Jinglong was on his way to the south, so he stopped at Dai capital for a while to help. Give Han Zhoujin some pointers. Bai Shou gritted his teeth, go. Anyway, I haven't been to Tonggizhao. Lu Jinglong smiled and nodded, the patriarch sighed, hinting at me, is to ask you, the peak master, when I plan to accept disciples, so that I can open up branches and leaves for this Pianran Peak. In fact, there was a bigger hint at the Patriarch Hall of Taihuijan swordsmen, and it was to ask the sect master whether he would like to be a Taoist companion. The white head was stunned for a long time, only to feel that he had heard a big joke, and grinned, accepting disciples? Just me. Although I have been going up the mountain with the surname Lu for some years, but the white head always has the feeling that I have just started to practice swords and I will be asked by someone to fall to the ground at any time. Therefore, there is no earth fairy monk who can collect the inheritance. Consciousness. In fact, every Kaifeng Dixian on the mountain itself is equivalent to carve out a brand new Dharma lineage for Zhu Shitang. Bai Shou waved his hand, don't rush, above the peak, there was a lone person, no disciples, and made a joke, but Lu Jinglong watched the joke alone. If he accepts an apprentice, do I still need the dignity of the teacher? Now that the realm is not enough, there hasn't been a victory in questioning the sword. Is it possible for the disciple in the door to shout, Master was beaten into a coma, or the big thing is not good, Master is lying on the ground again? Bai Shou thought of something and asked, what's going on with Suyunzong? Lu Jinglong said, Yang Yanfeng will take the initiative to conclude an alliance with us soon. There are now more than a dozen mountain forces allied with Taihui Jianzong, except for Chunlu Garden, Kaik Mansion, and Yunshang on the southeast boundary of a continent city, as well as several time-honored fairy houses including the Thunder God's house on the west coast, among them the Thunder God's house in Baby Mountain. A few years ago, I suffered a dumb sap, and even the golden plaque at the gate of the mountain was deducted from the word God House, and finally caught the two foreign gangsters who seemed to have their brains caught by the door panel. Put it again. Of course, Lu Jinglong and Taihui Jianzong did not have the idea of being the leader of the mountain. This kind of relatively loose agreement is more convenient for business exchanges between each other. It can only be said that it is similar to the relationship of marriage in the mountain. Bai Shou smiled and said, then Taihui Jianzong has one more pawn. Lu Jinglong frowned slightly. The white head immediately raised his hands and took the initiative to admit his mistake, just as if I had fart. Lu Jinglong reminded softly, it is necessary to know that the verbal mistakes of our sword repairers are tantamount to a question of swords in people's hearts. Whether it is a monk or a vulgar son, in everyone's heart lake, there will be heavy stones at the bottom of the water, and every stone may be an unintentional statement by many others on the road of life. Bai Shou hummed, I will pay attention to it later. The young Jianqiu grinned, don't worry, in Pian Ranfing Mountain, apart from talking to myself, I don't have much chance to speak. As for the mountain, I don't speak much. In fact, in Lu Jinglong's view, one of the most mysterious formations in the world is the Lizhu cave sky that has been suspended in the air above the northern part of Aquarius for many years. There are generally two types of monks' world. One is that the three religion sages sit in academies, Taoist temples, and temples. They can raise one realm, and even the Yuanying realm can directly cross the sky and become a monk in the Yupu realm. Let Xiaoshiandi become a kind of impossible place with thin spiritual energy, occupying the right time and place, and the foreign monks, because they can't mobilize the slightest aura of heaven and earth, so every time a magic trick is shot, every time a magic weapon is sacrificed, it will consume its own aura, and the more powerful it is big is like opening a mouth, and this spiritual flow will feed back to Xiaoshiandi, like a kind of tribute offering. The hostile two sides will lose and grow, unless the realm is very different, there will be no suspense of winning or losing. In addition, the great monk relied on the formation to build a small world, which was very confused. In the early days of the Lizhu cave, not only did both, the foreign monks involved in it also followed some more mysterious avenue rules, so this time Lu Jinglong planned to attend the next ceremony, except for going to Dali capital to find Nahun. Zhou Jin, I have to go to the old Longzhou boundary in Dai again to see if we can use the stones from other mountains to attack Jade without violating the laws and regulations of Dai. To be precise, it is the jade from other mountains. Can grind stones. Regarding this matter, Lu Jinglong mentioned it to Qin Pingan, who was a guest of his own sect last time. Therefore, in the secret letter sent by Qin Pingan this time, he told Lu Jinglong straightforwardly that he should concentrate on studying the remaining rhyme of the formation, because he had already talked to him. Li Court said hello up. Lu Jinglong suddenly received a letter from Fei Jin. Lu Jiqing from Jinwu Palace. The white head asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lu Jianxian asked someone to ask Jian together. Ask who? Baisho drew out a yellow calendar from his sleeve and opened it with a thunder, and opened it. In 3 days, it's a good day. Beiju Luzhou's old almanac is probably the only one in the entire Haoran world. In a year, there are so many days. Ye Wenjian, you're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.